Hotep Sinuena Sinut ET, Eren Ishakanugu Kemet. I hope you are doing well. Let me do as usual. Just going to check the sound quality. It's not straight. I don't know why. How about now? Well, the sound quality is good. Thank you for whoever made that, whoever hit that like button. The title says free talk, questions and answers. So feel free. The length of this live stream will depend on you all. Now, first, I want to share something that is very, very rare.
With the wavy hair, I'm quick and fast and always there. I take them any online without no scare. That's why they call him the Sugar Man.
So, Marion Knight, better known as Suge Knight, is a former CEO of the record label Death Row Records. At some point, it was renamed um, That Row. And I think at one point, maybe it was not official, but I remember reading that it was said a new name will be Death Row's Back. So the younger cats might not be too familiar with it, but recently there was a movie about Tupac Shakur, All Eyes on Me. So you have a portrayal of Suge Knight and the record label. So that record label was extremely successful in the 90s. We had, I mean, that record label had Dr. Dre, Snoop Doggy Dogg, Tupac Shakur, The Dog Pound, Nate Dogg, Lady of Rage, Danny Boy. For those who don't know him, he's the one who sings um, the hook, the chorus for Tupac's song "I Ain't Mad at Ya." He also sings the chorus on the song "Picture Me Rolling," and there were many other artists as well, but those are the most famous ones. MC Hammer has to actually sign on Death Row Records, you know. So some of you might have heard a thing or two about Suge Knight, but he has or he had a reputation. He was probably one of the most feared, if not the most feared individual in the record industry. I don't know if some of you have seen Tina Turner's biopic portrayed by Angela Bassett. So I think the movie's called What's Love Got to Do with It. The character of Ike Turner was portrayed by Lawrence Fishburne. So Suge Knight was like Ike Turner in, in the music industry. Just to give you a an analogy. So I came across that video. I just wanted to share it. I'm very surprised, and some people are coming to some conclusions seeing this clip, thinking, "Oh, maybe he 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 wanted to be in the spotlight somehow, some way." But anyway, he's currently incarcerated. He has ran over a close friend of his by attempting to uh, run over a gang member that you can see in the movie Training Day with Denzel Washington, and it's a tragedy. So I think he received a 28-year sentence, something like that. Hey, so for whoever might be interested, here's the link. And there's another thing I wanted to share with you. Bear with me. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do that. The link is no. Where's the link? Snap. I like the way that link looks, so I'm gonna do that. Bear with me. There's no rush. I only have 4 people in attendance right now. It's about 1 p.m. It's going to be 2 p.m. actually in New York. What? The video isn't available anymore? Oh, no, it is. What's the date? September 22. Okay, if I go there, I have a better looking link. Okay, 22 is gonna. Okay, there it is. Great. So what I'm sharing is a Fox 26 news report about a $1,500 prayer course. You have to say it to believe it. Let me share the link. Let me share the video. The link is in the chat already.
And welcome back to the second half of the Factor Uncensored. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Now, here's a story you will likely be talking about tomorrow. The model of how to pray is in the Bible, but there's some folk who still need a little help. One pastor is taking full advantage of that. She is charging people over $1,000 for a prayer course in Atlanta. Our next guest is a local pastor here in Houston, and we want to hear what he thought about prayers for sale. So, Pastor Patterson, do you have a problem with this prayer course that Pastor Juanita Bynum is offering for the cool price of $1,499, $1,500, originally $2,000, but she reduced it. And, you even get a bag with it, 7 2-hour courses, does this pass a smell test for you, or is that for you to decide or judge on?
Well, Isaiah, you cannot put a price tag on prayer. number one.
Wait,
Second,
come on, Pastor. Wait a minute now.
you can't put a price tag.
Look, I'm not paying $1,500 for no prayer. I can get it free.
Oh,
right?
no, I'm in agreement. I'm saying, in other words, you cannot put a price tag. She's wrong.
Okay, got it. Now I follow you. I follow you.
Yeah, no. We are doing a disservice to God by putting a price tag on prayer. In fact, Jesus paid it all out on a hill called Calvary. But listen, Jesus also said in John 6:48, Isaiah, I am the bread of life. Now watch this. Jesus said, I am the bread of life. That word bread is a double entendre. On one hand, it means that which is for a physical meal. But on the other hand, it also means that which is financial money. You know, like you heard people say, I got to go to work so I can make that bread.
Right.
But in 6:48, it's literally a triple entendre because Jesus says, I am the bread of life. My concern here in this situation is that it sounds like Juanita is in need of bread. She's acting.
That's exactly where I wanted to stop. It looks like Juanita is in need of bread. Phone is a bit loud. Reminds me of some people that I don't need to name. Now, mind you, I don't know if you caught that, but the prayer course was $2,000 reportedly, and it was reduced to $1,500. So that's in Atlanta. That's in the ATL. Noteworthy. No. Wait. There's a video I want to go through, but before that, I just want to share 4 images. This one is the image that I've used for the thumbnail of this video. And we have 9 people. Well, it went down to 8. How many likes? 5 likes. I like that. That's good. It matches with the viewers. So this is what I've used for the thumbnail. We are told that this is from the Valley of the Kings. Or let me make it larger. From the Valley of the Kings. It's a tomb of Prince Mentu Herkesef. No. So it's a tomb of the Prince Mentu Herkesef, and it's a mural painting of the prince from the 20th dynasty. So here we have the archer or Nubian bowman as described by Dr. Janice Cameron. There's another 3 images I wanted to share. Oh snap. Okay. Okay, it's okay. I have it. I have it. So not that one. Wait, hold on, hold on. I have it there. Right. Oh, there it is. I don't know if I shared this one before, but it says that it is. Oh, you know what? I forgot to share. Well, let me share that link. Forgot to share the previous link. We have Smash Rockwell in the place to be. Hotep sent E. And he wrote, I'm gonna come on your panel in a sec. Well, you're welcome as usual. That's great. So I was actually listening to let me tell you the title. Questions in Chematology, the first one. I'm well, it's a long one. It's 5 hours. I'm at I'm at timestamp 1 hour 53 minutes. And then there was questions in chematology part 2. So most of it I will have to listen to what I'm driving from and to work. But it's very nice this insight that we are getting regarding chem, regarding arthritis. I mean, Nedeneb, he was on it like 3 years ago. Chem Ur, Great Black, and where some people are just really disingenuous. But they have an agenda, because of their work. Anyway, so um, we are told that this is, what is it? There, there it is. So this is from the tomb of Tutankhamun, KV 62, Valley of the Kings. All right. Now they are holding what looks like a rope. So I don't know what they are pulling. As a matter of fact, if you go down, for you, it might appear in English, but it says in the same series. And then I presume this is from the tomb of King Tut as well. Now, I can close this one. And there's another two I wanted to share. Yeah, this one. So I'm going to put the link in the chat first. Oh, Smash. Oh, no, it's not Smash. Oh, okay, this is JJ 7000. Okay, I was I was going to ask him to put a webcam and he's done that. Hey, greetings. How you doing? You're muted.
Hey, shalom, brother. How you feel?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. And Smash is there as well. Feel
Hotep,
free,
shalom.
feel,
Yeah, it's windy out here,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, feel free to speak, brother. I've seen you on a few channels before, but we never got into. Or maybe we spoke once on pseudo killers when we're talking about Diop. I think yeah. But feel free to speak.
Yeah.
What up,
This
JJ?
Hey, what's going on? This an open discussion? It's an open
Yeah, yes,
panel?
indeed. Yes, indeed.
All right, let me just bring this to the table. You know, when you go on Sunday TV, he's always talking about, how the Bible God is so vicious and cruel because of Noah's flood and the flood killed babies. So let me ask you something. Do y'all have a story like a flood story, or like when Rod get mad, and was getting ready to get rid of everybody, and they sent Hathor. You understand my question?
Yes, I understand your question. I'm familiar with the story, and it's not Hathor that was sent; it was Sekhmet. So I'm not sure if this is the destruction of mankind. I think it is, but there's a story where Sekhmet, the lioness goddess, was putting work, and she was putting so much work that some of the deities or gods came up with a scheme of putting wine into the Nile or something like that. But basically, she thought it was blood, so she went to drink it, and she came down. I think she even went asleep. So this story shows that the gods did not want all of humanity wiped out. But that being said, I think it's undeniable that when we read the biblical literature, there are some stories that are very brutal coming from the Most High. For example, you have the children who made fun of the prophet. I think in English you might call it Elijah, and then two
Yeah, I heard about
bears,
that one. Yeah.
yeah, two bears destroy or kill. What's up, Smash?
No,
They
my
killed.
camera messed up, so I'm gonna go on. I hope you don't mind.
Hey,
Well,
hey, what's up, Smash Rockwell? I didn't see you there, buddy.
My camera's messed up. I wasn't trying to interrupt, but I just was
No,
letting you
go
know
ahead, man.
why I'm blocking my camera, so you won't be confused.
yeah, well, we know you, but honestly, I prefer when brothers, leave the webcam on. But
But look how generic I look. People gonna start clowning me like a SAR Imhotep. So I gotta block my phone. I gotta block it. They're gonna be like, get a new phone before you clown me, Smash. So yeah.
well,
But
you
I
know,
didn't mean to interrupt. You
no,
were
it's all
giving
good.
a
It's all
good
good.
point.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, you look all right to me. I mean, no matter what we do, no matter what we say, there's always going to be some people who's going to find something to criticize about. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? But anyway, yes, the brother JJ 7,000. I think 40 children were killed by a couple
uh-huh,
of bears. You even have the
uh-huh,
story of David and Bathsheba,
uh-huh,
and um, because David killed, I'm sorry, because David sent Uriah so he can get
uh-huh.
his wife. It is specifically said, because you have done that, the child will die, and the child didn't do anything. And
Oh,
you have plenty of other stories where so many people are getting killed. But feel free to speak.
okay. Well, I mean, we Israelites could do the same as you guys. See, if you go into the private chat, there's a story of the heavenly cow. Can you put that on the screen there for the
Yes,
viewing
I can.
audience?
Yes, I can. I can.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
go
do
ahead
that
and,
right now. Yeah,
let's overview
yeah. There it
this
is.
piece of information.
There it is.
Cause see,
I'm gonna share the link in the
can you
chat so
break that
everybody
down
can.
for me, family?
Hold on. No, I'm gonna share the link in the chat first so everybody can follow along.
Yeah, where everybody can read
So
along.
yeah. So the book of the heavenly cow. I'm gonna put the title and then the link. So there it is. I've shared it. So you want me to go and have a look?
Yeah,
So
kind of go over a little bit, kind of teach me a little
okay.
bit. I'm thinking that's a flood story. I could be wrong though, but go ahead. I'm thinking,
Oh well, let's have a look.
hey, I'm thinking Rod killing some folks while y'all talking about my guy. But go ahead, let me see what's going on with this.
uh, okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The heavenly cow, and after the outermost shrine of Tutankhamun. There's a few different tales, in several tombs, but anyway. So the destruction of mankind, the new world order, and the magic of Ray. Um, it seems a bit long. Do you know which part you want us to go through? Because if I go through the whole
Well,
thing there,
I,
we're
I
gonna
know
be here
maybe
for a
next
while.
time we can do like a little study class over this information. You teach me
Yeah.
about it because from what I'm reading, it seems like it's kind of they compare this to the Noah's flood story.
Mm. I
They
mean,
compare
I
it to
can read the start
different.
if you want. I don't mind reading the
Yeah,
starting
go
from
over
the
a little
beginning.
bit and see what we
So
got going here,
But
man.
you know what? You might find. I mean, do they have a synopsis of it on Wiki? So, because if it's too long, somebody might summarize it somewhere.
Okay, yeah, well,
mm.
yeah,
But you know
jump
what?
on Wiki then. Huh?
I'm gonna go through it just a little bit so people are
Yeah,
not
let's go
gonna
through it a
say,
little bit.
Shaka avoided it. So then it came to pass that the majesty of Ra, I like to say Ra, who came into being by himself, Book of Heavenly Cow, line 1. The first passages from the Book of Heavenly Cow are attested on the interior left and back panels of the outermost of the four gilded shrines discovered in 1923 by Carter in KV 62, the tomb of Tutankhamun, circa 2300 BCE, and published by Pionkoff in 1955. Completer, it's the first time I see that word, completer. Completer versions exist in the tombs of his successors, Seti the First, Ramesses the Second, and Ramesses the Third. In these tombs, the book is exclusively depicted in a subsidiary room of the sarcophagus chamber, especially reserved for it. Um, it looks like they're talking about the discovery, but not going through the text because here I can see they're talking about
Yeah,
Edouard Naville. So
yeah,
maybe if
maybe.
I go down, they
Yeah,
will
go
start
down some.
dealing with
I
the
think you do.
text. Oh, there it is. So, if I go, okay, let's start from here. The actual literary composition for Hornung, 1999. The language and orthography display late Egyptian influences, and so the original cannot have been written long before its first recording under Tutankhamun. For Lechem, I'm not sure how you pronounce that word, the use of Middle Egyptian, given that New Kingdom tales were written in the vernacular of those days, late Egyptian, makes it probable for it to have been copied and possibly reworked in the New Kingdom from a Middle Kingdom, circa 1900 to 700 BC. Original on papyrus, indeed, in the royal instruction of Heti to Merikare, a text from the first intermediate period, circa 2100 to 1900 BCE. The central motive of the destruction of rebellious mankind is alluded to in the hymn to Ra, cf. Italics, suggestive of a common mythological frame. If Lechem is correct, the Book of the Heavenly Cow was a classic of Egyptian literature. Well tended is humanity, the cattle of the god. He made sky and earth for their sake. He subdued the water monster. He made breath for their noses to live. They are his images who came from his body. He shines in the sky for their sake. He made for them plants and cattle, fowl and fish to feed them. He slew his foes, reduced his children when they thought of making rebellion. He makes daylight for their sake. He sails by to see them. He has built his shrine around them. When they weep, he hears. He made for them rulers in the egg, leaders to raise the back of the weak. He made for them magic as weapons to ward off the blow of events, watching over them by day and by night. He has slain the traitors among them. And, I'm sorry, as a man beats his son for the sake of his brother, for the God knows every name. Instruction of Keti to Mary Carey. Now you see, I think it would be good if you can direct me to the part where they're really dealing with the story because um, this was the instruction of Mary Carey. This was not
Okay, okay, this
the
might
female.
be the wrong one. Let me go and look. Okay, this
Yeah, feel free, take your time. You know.
is that the whole article? It doesn't talk about
No, no, no. It's, I
the
mean, there's some
rebellion.
more. There's a lot more to the article, but
Yeah.
I don't really want to read
Well,
the
I'm on
whole
my
thing.
phone, so I really can't see. But
All right.
it talks about the rebellion of man and
But yeah, there is a story that talks about that indeed. Now, if I go down, uh,
excuse me. Do you have any knowledge of this story? Like what
yeah,
happened?
yes, yeah, yes. Like I was telling you at the beginning, there was a story of somehow, some way, mankind being kind of rebellious. So, Sekhmet, was destroying humans,
Oh,
and she was just doing it so well or so much that they've put some wine and I think, and I'm paraphrasing, I think it was on the Nile, and she thought the wine was blood, so she drank it, and then she fell asleep, and after that, she was no longer, the destructor, of mankind. So
so
that's yes, go ahead.
when she was killing,
Hmm.
was she discriminate about her killing, or did she like just kill only men, or did she kill men, women, and children?
Oh,
Or do it say?
that detail I don't know, but it might be in the text. Maybe I think the text talks about mankind. I'm not sure if they specify man, woman, and children. But if we
Mankind
look
would
in
be
the text,
everybody, wouldn't
it could have been. It could have been. I mean, all we have to do is to find the text and see what it says.
it? Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to take over the show, man. I just wanted to throw that little bone out there for you guys, because
Well, let me
guys
just
like Sonetta
add
always complaining about our guy, but there's some things in the Kemetic coffin text and pyramid texts. I mean, if you listen to the verbiage of what we're reading, it sounds like that they have some kind of creator guide. It don't sound like those are just principles to me.
what
It
you want
sounds
to
like
know,
they say
what
he
though?
created this and that. I mean, this is until y'all can
Well,
decipher this.
Smash would like to interject with you if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, yeah. Oh, go ahead, Smash.
The one thing, the difference we have to focus on here is the categories of the text. So the category your text is in is that this actually occurred on Earth, correct?
Uh, no, it's just this may not how they're explaining it may not have happened. But what I'm saying, every culture has some kind of flood story. There's over 2,000 flood stories on this planet, right? So Sarnetta is going on there crying about how our God killing babies in the flood and all that, and he's not even looking into his own Kemetic literature. They have
Yeah.
they have a God that's mad too. They want to
Let
kill
me,
folks.
let me
So we got
build.
to
What
be
I'm
honest with
saying
this.
is,
That's all I'm saying. Go
all
ahead.
I'm trying to say is Yahweh supposedly did this flood on Earth, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
that's the
2,000
difference.
flood stories. Every culture has one, brother.
In the culture of Egypt, it was not. It is not proposed to have really taken place. It is a mythological story about the gods, about Sekhmet being turned into Hathor, her calming gestures of being a protector of Heru from being aggressive Sekhmet. It's more mythological. So when I talked about the categories of the text, no one from ancient Egypt says that that happened historically, basically. And I don't know if I'm wrong for interjecting that way, Shaka, but let me
Uh,
know.
No, it's all good. No, we're not
no,
coming forward.
because really a lot of these stories are about things that really some of the things happen, and they interject these anthropomorphic beings or creatures into explaining it to the people. But some of these things I can pull up. I got some more information where you know how they deal with crime and punishment and things of that nature. But and they explain them in these type of different type of stories.
Is
So,
it what you're gonna
but what
refer
I'm
to?
saying, so
Crime
I'm
and
saying there
punishment?
is. Oh, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No. I'm sorry. Go continue, please.
What I'm saying is, a lot of these stories that we hear are they could be metaphor, they could be allegories to it. Some of it's literal, and some of these stories that we hear in Egypt and we hear in Kemet, they tie into some literal stories, but they might just be told in a anthropomorphical way, if I'm pronouncing that right. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
JJ, that story from the Bible about the flood. If I'm not mistaken, there's about one group of people, like maybe two, three families, and the rest of humanity was wiped out. Is that am I correct when I'm saying that?
yeah.
So it's quite a little bit of difference. But you are you a member of like some Hebrews or like group like ISUPK or GMS or something like that?
No, I'm the founder of the Lions Den. You know, it's
You're
not
the,
a
yeah.
The Lions Den debate league. No, I don't subscribe to no camp, man, because keep
Uh,
them in a box.
I
You know what I'm
understand.
saying?
But you consider yourself to be a Hebrew Israelite, do you?
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Do you agree with the 12 tribe chart?
No, I don't. I'm not
Oh,
one of them ones who hate Africa. See, you
oh,
gotta go
that's
talk
good
to.
to hear.
Yeah,
That's
you gotta
good
go
to hear.
talk to. We got people over there that's saying the Israelites. It's the conscious community who hates the Israelites in Africa. That's what you need to point the finger to.
Do you
They the
really
one
think
that's saying, no way, a white man taught them this. There's
do,
no Chris Harris running around here talking about the Portuguese went over to Africa and converted everybody to be Israelites. I mean, come on,
uh,
man. We got to
do,
stop
do,
this
do
misinformation.
oh you disagree with that?
There were Israelites in Africa before the Spanish Inquisition, bro. Come on, yes, I definitely disagree. And
Well,
then look, the Portuguese, right? They were killing Israelites. Spanish and Portuguese were killing Israelites. It's called auto de fe, torturing them because these these Israelites were trying to practice the law, statutes, commandments. They were trying to convert it to Christianity, and they would do public killings in front of everybody just to scare people into being a Christian. So you mean to tell me after they do all that, the Portuguese take their ass to Africa, and now they converting everybody to Israelites?
Mm.
That makes no
Now,
goddamn sense.
now, when you say that they were Israelites before the Spanish Inquisition, I mean they converted. It's not something that we used to practice in ancient time.
They converted.
Yeah, they
Okay, so
converted.
let me ask you something.
Yes.
Let me ask you something, brother.
Mm.
Are you okay? So here we go.
Okay. Oh,
Let's
let's
go
have
to
some
South.
clarity.
We're gonna go to South Africa. We're gonna go to South Africa.
Which
Look.
okay. All right.
We're gonna go to
Okay.
South Africa. We're gonna start
Okay.
there, right? All the white people that's been living there for 20, 30, 40 years, are they Africans now? Are they citizens? Are they Africans? Yes or no?
Well, legally they are considered citizens, yes, but historically they are not. They're just like the Americans. They took over the Native Americans.
Okay, now see that right there. Okay, brother. Okay, so you would have to tell me who is the original African. Who is it? And everybody else would just be like what?
Well,
Does it?
if you want, we can get some clarity. Those people you say were Israelites before the Spanish Inquisition. Like which group of people in Africa? Like which country, or
Well, Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, that's not Africa there.
No. I'm telling you how. Are you trying to? I'm trying to show you how. You trying to figure out how during the Spanish Inquisition, how they got over to Africa? So they,
I'm trying to find out about this
or we can go back to
African.
or you want me to go back to 70 A.D. and when we was pouring into Africa? Which one you want me to do?
Well, I'm trying to
It's
figure.
70 A.D. before the Spanish Inquisition.
It is well before, indeed.
Okay.
But
So
I'm trying to find out about which group of African people were Israelites.
well, you can go through, bro. You can go all out through Africa, and there's a lot of people that claim their customs, cultures, and beliefs.
Mm.
And some of them
Or
say they you can
maybe we.
find some in Madagascar right now. Israelites in Madagascar, bro.
All right.
I
So
mean, we all over. It ain't
mm,
just no. What
mm.
y'all thought what y'all didn't think we was gonna touch it in Africa? Canaanites aren't Canaanites and Israelites and Egyptian and
Ca-
Ethiopian all about the same type of people?
Canaanites
Because
are
one
not.
broke off to another clique, we ain't the same no more because we got a
Mm.
different goddamn God. The hell wrong
Canaanites.
with y'all, man?
Canaanites were not black people. They were white skinned people or Caucasian
Oh
tribes.
wow.
Oh, you disagree?
Smash Rockwell, you agree with that?
I'm
Smash.
just listening to a good dialogue, so I will let y'all
All right.
proceed.
Canaanites
Now,
and white people.
you
Okay, go
never
ahead and explain that one to
you
me, Friday.
okay. You have never seen the portrayal from Benny Hassan where we see some people who are labeled as Canaanites.
Are you talking about the ones, the Lebanese people that got probably some migration from? I mean, so are you saying that? Okay, brother. So do you go by the Ham and Shem and Japhet? And do
Oh
you
no,
go
not
by
at
that?
all. No, no,
So
no.
where?
That's
So
that's that's
where
mythical.
do the Canaanites come from? Did they come from Europeans or did they come from Africa?
The Canaanites, those are people who inhabited Canaan, which is nowadays Israel, formerly known as Palestine, and those people are definitely not black skinned people. They were definitely. I mean, we have more um how do you call it, reproductions, but the original does exist. And for example, here I can share. I'm going
Go
to
ahead,
share the
brother.
link, and I'm going to share the screen. Oh, what's going on here? There it is.
See,
So
see,
I'm going to
you
share
must
the
don't.
link in the chat.
Hey, you must don't know Black Jesus Minister. He
Black
advocates you saying,
Black
huh?
Black, Black Jesus.
You know him?
Uh, you mean historical Black Jesus?
No, Black Jesus Minister. Have you heard of him?
Oh yeah,
He
I've heard of him. Yes, I've heard of him.
yeah,
But
man.
now if you don't mind, I'm
Go
just
ahead,
going to
brother.
show you. But I think you've seen it before. This here is it sharing there? Yeah. Have you ever seen that depiction here?
Yeah, they said those are foreigners, Habaru, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, and some scholars will label them as Canaanites, because many they were known as Asiatics, sea people and so on. So this is what they look like. The people around Egypt, towards those other region, that's what they. I mean, other region. I mean, like Syria and all that. I mean, those are Asiatics basically. To make the long story short, that's what they look like. And here we can see an Egyptian actually there. You see, those two are Egyptians, but these are. You see, do they look like black people to you here, brother JJ? You're muted, brother.
I'm sorry, somebody was talking to me, man. All
Oh,
right,
no
well,
problem.
brother, so are you telling me that there's no Canaan? We can go to the Yoruba tribe, and some of them claim to be descendants of Canaanites. You
Yes,
know,
they
I,
claim
I, I didn't
that, but
bring
that's
out
the,
my
that's
I
the
didn't bring
claim.
out my I didn't bring out my weaponry with me today. I just
Mm.
slid through. But if you'd like me to come through, sometime to educate some of you Kemetic brothers, I'm more than willing.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, I'm an
but
equal opportunity educational type person. This is for
yeah,
everybody.
but you
Go
see
ahead,
here,
man.
this is a historical depictions. Now, some people might dispute and might feel like, okay, those are not actual Canaanites, but we do have depictions of Canaanites. We have statues of them and so on. And there's my video entitled "White Semites Black Awakening." It's actually in the description of that video, and I've shown. Have you ever seen the Standard of War, brother? Now,
I'm sorry, King. What'd you say?
yeah, have you ever seen the Standard of War?
Standard of four? No, I never seen that.
It's or it's spelled UR, but here you see, I'm going to share the link with the brothers and sisters. So this is the British Museum. I mean, all people need to type in is the standard of or UR. Now the first link, of course, is Wikipedia. The second link is the British Museum. So I'm going to share the link to the British Museum because that's where this artifact is located. So when we're talking about Ur, we're talking about Chaldea, where Abraham is said to come from.
Uh-huh.
And here you see the date on the left date, you see 2500 BC. So if Abraham existed, it was around 2000 BC. So that's before the lifetime of Abraham, for which we don't have any records. And look at what they look at their appearance there. And in my video, White Semites Black Awakening, I actually show depictions of people from Canaan, Arabia, Mesopotamia, Sumer, Akkad, and consistently from 2500 BC to nowadays, or around 700 BC and maybe later date. Those people they look the same. They look white skinned, Caucasoid type. Because for the longest, we've been thinking that the Semites were black people. Some of our elders who are deceased have been teaching that as well.
Wait,
But
wait.
in reality, yes,
A
go ahead,
thousand
brother. Go
pardons.
ahead.
A thousand pardons, man.
No, no, no
Did you
problem. Go
did
ahead.
you
Feel free,
did
brother.
you did you say did you say Shemites? Did we
Some
use
people.
that?
Mhm.
Okay. So, all right, go ahead, brother. Continue. I'll come
Yeah,
in later. Go
yeah.
ahead.
I've used the term Semites because that's what people use to refer to inhabitants of these areas. Once again, Canaanite, Canaan or Palestine, Arabia, even Yemen. I've shown depiction of people from
Yeah,
South Arabia from the
yeah,
Louvre Museum,
but
notably. Yes, go ahead,
but
brother.
when you started using lingo like that, then that gives me the opportunity to go back and say, well, Hamites are saying that Canaan is related to them. You see,
But when you say Hamites, who are you talking about?
according to biblical, when you say Shemites,
All right.
Hamites, okay, we talk
Okay,
about
okay.
those
Well,
two.
if you want, we can leave out Semite and people of the Levant, the Near East. So that includes Palestine or Israel, Canaan,
Uh, what
Arabia.
about the Phoenicians? Would they be considered? Were they
Well,
in the? They
if you can,
inhabited the land of Canaan, right? Seafaring people. Were they melanated or were they European looking folks?
I have yet to see any melanated Phoenicians, but I don't think we have many depictions of them. But the Phoenicians, they stretch around, Canaan and Syria, Lebanon. So what I did is I shown depictions of those people from all these areas, and it's consistent. They have the same phenotype. Basically, the people in Iraq today, Iran, they look the same. They look the same. So they're not black skinned people. And in my video, I show records, I show the books. It's really how do you call authorities. I think we have the Oxford Encyclopedia of Archaeology or something like that, and actually throughout the years, I've been going in different museums in many different countries, and I will show depictions, you know, of these inhabitants of these areas, and they consistently, you know, look white skin, you know. So this is one of the
So
biggest confusion that we have as black people have.
uh,
Yes, go ahead, brother.
yeah. So would you also say that the Hittites would be Canaanite stock?
I wouldn't say they are Canaanite stock because the Hittites, um, they will be like Anatolia, like around Turkey and something like that.
Okay, correct. Now I'm glad you
Yeah.
said that. Now the
Yes.
original depiction of the Hittites are Negroid or black-looking men on the walls, or
Can you please show me
how they
that?
got. Yeah, yeah. Well, I can't right now, but I will next time I come on here because we did a show on that the other day. And what happened? The Ottoman Turks, what they did, you know how they stole their identity. They started practicing their religion, and then later on, as you see in these pictures and sculptures, you start seeing Ottoman Turk-looking, white-looking folks claiming to be
But
Hittites.
when you
When I
say
can
they
show
stole
you,
their, Mhm. Which religion did they steal?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I didn't hear you.
You said that the Turks, the Ottoman Turks, they stole their religion. Which religion did they steal?
Uh, the brother was teaching in the lesson. I don't know, but he said they lived close by each other, so they were intermingling with each other.
Hmm.
You see
No.
what I'm saying?
Well, whenever you have time, I would looking
Yeah.
Hittites. That's very
The
unlikely to me.
the
I think
brother
it's erroneous.
Yehuda, the brother Yehuda Israel, he did a presentation on it. I think last week. I would love to bring him over here, and he can kind of go through it. You know.
He probably showed some depiction, but I think he might have not shown any reference because a lot of people do that online. They will show depictions of people like they do with the so-called Hebrews with so-called kinky hair, bantu knots, and so on and so on.
You,
But
you
you know,
you
mhm.
reject that, but
I'm not
you
rejecting
accept
that.
the kinky hair
I'm saying I would
Egyptian, huh?
love. I'm saying I would love to see that, but you know, that's very unlikely that we have black Hittites. To me,
Hmm.
that's extremely unlikely.
So, can you tell me what European stock did these Canaanites come from? French, Italians,
Oh
Germans,
no,
Slavs,
no, we cannot say that.
Russians.
We cannot say that. I mean, some people use European to talk about white-skinned people, but we have Europe, which is one area, and Canaan is another area in what is known as the Middle East. Some people will consider it, you know, kind of like Asia, but I cannot say that the Canaanites are of European stock. It's not possible for me to say that.
Okay. Well, I'm getting ready to go enjoy my football game.
Yeah,
49ers and the Denver Broncos.
but you know
I'm live
we
at
have.
Empire Field right now. Getting ready to go
Yeah,
check in.
I appreciate you coming in, but you know we have to be careful with what we're saying because you know the Hittites
Yeah,
once
that's what I
again
was
that's
telling
around
y'all.
Turkey, and to say we have black Turkish people is very unlikely to me. It's kind of new to me.
Well, 7,000 gonna come through with the Lions. Then we gonna break it down for y'all,
Yeah,
man.
no problem.
Yeah,
Anytime,
All right,
anytime.
peace and blessings. Shout out to Smash. Shout out to Kamisha Dap and all the people in the Lions Den.
Oh,
Shalom.
he's pseudo. He's pseudo. Is he your friend?
Hey, you can't mess with the Lions Den champ, man. Peace,
Yeah.
peace and
Hold on.
blessings.
Wait.
Peace, peace,
Is he
peace.
part of the Lions Dead?
For sure.
But
Yeah,
did you see him showing that glyph of the arm, and he claims that he means Allah? Did you see him?
Well, see, he ain't here to defend himself right now.
No, I understand.
Hey, look,
I'm not.
I, I'm just an adept in training right now, so I ain't qualified to answer that question.
Well,
you
but
know what I'm saying?
if you speak to him, please tell him that I said that claim is extremely pseudo. Please tell him that for me.
Okay, I will. All
Thank
right,
you.
shalom, y'all. Peace.
Yes, peace.
Peace, peace.
Uh, Yeah, peace. Slash. Feel free, brother.
All right, I'm gonna go up to my computer. You played some good stuff. I was showing some points. There was a lady discussing the Kemet or Ret or the document which that supposedly comes off of, and how it has like 200 mistakes, and not just mistakes that the so-called European found, but actually mistakes that were noted on the text. And so it was crazy that if that's our only find of Kemet Eret, we probably wouldn't want to just say it really should have been Kim which would take away anyone saying that Kemet, they have an attestation of Kemet that would lead back to the Kemet to you. You know what I mean? That would mean that we might possibly have Kemet to you before we have Kemet, which would mean that the place could be actually named after a people group.
That's interesting. That's interesting. And for, I
Yeah.
mean, for the listeners, um, some of these things might be a bit technical. It might go over some of your heads, but we have some people who wrote a book and claiming that the toponym place name Kemet means something like a riparian zone or riparian land or riparian country. And to them, it is a place known as Athribis or Athribis. I'm not sure how people pronounce it. Athribis. And we have actually some Medu Nature words from which the Greek term Athribis come from. Just like Aegyptus, that we know as Egypt in English, the Greek Aegyptus derives from Hut Kapita. So it is similar. And I think actually for Athribis, it starts with Hut. Any search like Wikipedia, it will show you, those terms. I'm quite confident it will show you that. So that's their claim. But Netherlands have shown like 3 years ago, that they've used Athribis, and then from that term, they try to say that Kemethiou means the people of Athribis, when the term Kemethiou is even older. So Netaneb, and I'm paraphrasing, I've shared Netaneb's video. Scientifically, you cannot do that. You see, so just like the dude Willie Lynch Wuja started off with Burge and a mistranslation of Nehesu as Negro, where it appears that they have done exactly the same thing with their book. They started off with a mistranslation or erroneous assumption, and they roll with it. And at the end of the day, can we blame them? Because the chief of the riparian has said himself that these were just this was just their notes, and he even said that he did not even make the argument. So it was basically some sketches, some notes. When you have a notepad or you have like a post-it and you type some stuff, it's kind of it's just to make an analogy, but it's just really weak. They've been saying for years, oh, we've done the work, you need to read the work, but it's just a wrong premise. Scientifically it doesn't match. But go ahead,
Yeah.
Smash.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It seems like I'm coming to those same conclusions. The evidence is not necessarily there, and it's starting to weigh on the side that that term might have been used before we find Kemet used, but we'll keep investigating.
Mm. Well, we'll see, we'll see. But the funny things that Netanel shown that one of the name or the short name of Athribis was Kem-Ur, and Kem-Ur means great black. And those guys, I mean, Netanel said something. He said blacks are taking out black out of black. you know, like it's just crazy how these guys they keep on getting away from the term black. I mean, we have them on record saying on the walls, those guys are not black. You look at their hair is black, their body's not black. We have them on record saying that Chem meaning black is a hypothesis, that no one has demonstrated that. And actually, in the conclusion that I've shown, there's some statement that is similar. But I mean, Smash, like 3 months or 4 months ago, the video called Black Egypt, ancient Egyptians calling themselves black. He went to the TLA and he showed so many translations of Chem as black. So, everybody can decide, to follow the expert, the scholars, the PhDs, or they can decide to follow people who sending you notes based on erroneous presumption or just hypothesis, personal hypothesis. I mean, everybody's free to do that. I'm not gonna tell people, don't listen to them and so on, but it's been whack and weak for the longest. And now one of their technique is to invalidate the specialists, whether they are Egyptologists, whether they are linguists, and we're talking about people who have a doctorate degree, and it's really getting out of hand. All of that for a pamphlet or a book that's less than 100 pages long, which is really their notes. I mean, we have to get real right now. But what can I say?
Yeah, I got my grandsons over here. I'm just trying to get them settled. Hold on one second.
Oh, I didn't know you were a grandfather.
What
Dang.
is that? No, we're not running. I don't
Hello.
want it. We're not running.
How are you? Oh, I don't hear them. Yeah. Smash is muted himself. But I really like that discussion with JJ 7000. Um, because we can really get some clarity. He will probably put out that presentation from the brother that he named, or he might ask the brother directly. But Black Hittites, I've yet to see that. I mean, I haven't even seen Black Canaanites. There's something I haven't seen yet, but Black Hittites. But we'll see. We'll see. And for those who are unaware, the guy commissioned a depth. The funny thing is that he was actually talking with Smash Rockwell on Sinetta Studio, or one of Sinetta's channel, and he put up the hieroglyphic symbol D36. Well, D36 is the arm. Then you have a glyph with a cone of bread inside the palm of the hand. Sorry, so it might be D37 or D38, but anyway, to make the long story short, he showed on the screen a hieroglyphic glyph of the arm with the cone of bread in it, in the palm of the arm, the hand, and he said it means Allah, and I've refuted that back in 2008. So that's why I said that this claim is extremely pseudo. It's one of the most pseudo claim in the history of mankind.
I'm gonna come back from my computer and show you
Yeah,
some things real quick if you're still
yeah, no
live.
problem. Yeah. I'll be there. I'll be there. How long you think you're gonna be? Oh, he's gone. Okay. So let me go through the chat because there's been a few comments there. So Big actually said he was a single family, Noah and his wife and son. See, I wasn't sure, so you have to be careful because sometimes you're gonna say it was one family. Say, no, it was not one family, it was two families. You wrong, brother. You wrong. So we have Ron Witt who wrote, drop the link to the videos, White Semites Black Awakening. Yes, good idea. But it is actually in the description of this video, but I'm still going to drop it. White Semites Black Awakening is not the most entertaining video, and I'm aware of it. However, it's an eye opener for those who will care to look at it. But many times we just like, feel good statements, So links. As a matter of fact, it's actually one of the 3 videos that I recommend that people watch. Out of the hundreds of videos I have, it's one of the 3 that I recommend. You're back on Smash.
Hold on, let me stop the echo.
Yeah, no problem. I don't hear any echo on my end though. I think it's on your end.
I still have my
All right. Well, do your thing.
YouTube playing. And
Yeah.
so I just came to my computers. Let me see if I can share some stuff to help us dispel. I mean, I was showing a lot of these pictures earlier today. If I could pull just 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Feel free.
See if I can find
Now we have Black Egyptian in the place to be. Now I've missed that part, but Big wrote, now he hoping. Now we hoping. Then Big wrote, in the book The Iceman Inheritance, he speaks about the emergence of the people with Neanderthal heritage, how they flooded the Nile Valley. And then what museum is the artifact located in? Oh, if you're asking about the one where we see people labeled as Canaanites, but they are definitely what the ancient Egyptians called Asiatic. Some scholars label them Canaanites. In my video, White Semites Black Awakening, you will see that's one of the label. It's located at a place known as Beni Hassan. So many times people will say, the Beni Hassan artifact, but you have maybe more reproductions of it, than the actual original. But feel free, Brother Smash.
Oh, you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
And so this is a good finding from just reading an article last night about how Nubians represented themselves and how Nubians were represented in ancient Egyptian. And as we see, if you can read the meta nature on top of
Yeah,
the
we have
character,
Nehes.
exactly, we have his name. And notice they're given a Hotep D Nehes,
Yes.
actually, which is a standard formula for some type of royalty or even divinity in instances.
Mm.
But
Well,
we have
it's
two.
Hotep Dinesu and then Nehes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, exactly. I left out the Nisu, and so here the thing is, normally they would put after Nisu either the
A
divinity's
deity.
name or
Yes.
the name of Neteru. But here
Yes.
we have the name of this person, Nehes Netef or whatever they call him, Nehes Netef. And one thing I want to point to this is because people always lie about what the red color is used for,
Mm-hmm.
and about the color schemes in ancient Egyptian, how Nubians, if it was a Nubian, they're always going to depict them with a darker hue. Well, here we see this is the standardized color that some call a reddish brown, and we see them depicted in that hue right there. So it happens not only in one instance, we got multiple instances of this, which leads us to just say that some people are pushing it. Uh, this is, you would probably think this was just your traditional
Egyptian.
Egyptian if you did not know what they said above, that they were actually Nahes. And so
Mhm.
then,
And there's also that artifact from the British Museum that you have shown, and you have shown that we have some Nubians with like a brown or reddish brown, as some people say, hue or skin tone. You know which one I'm talking about, right? You went
here's
through it. Yes.
another. I don't know if this is it, but this is another Stella of a Nubian, as we see here from the Met. And if we zoom in closely right here, we'll see he has Nahes over his name. And this is his wife, and she's painted in a traditional yellow or what have you. Yet this is a Nubian couple,
Mm.
and so
Is there any
some
chance you can blow it up a little bit, brother?
and so this one, as you see it here, it says due to rights and restrictions, this image cannot be
Oh,
enlarged
okay, no
or
problem.
viewed
No
at
problem.
full screen or downloaded.
Yeah, okay, no
But
problem.
I can share the page, and so I can share it so people can see it on their own screen. Just let me try to find this real quick. I know it's gonna. I might have said it in a private chat. You can share it back
Oh,
with
yeah, I
with.
think yeah, I've got it. So
You can share it with the
I'm gonna
YouTube
share.
so
Yes,
people can
I'm
see
gonna.
for themselves.
Yeah. So, um, hold on. No comments.
So again, what we got here is just another
Shh.
depiction of a Nubian with the standard, what they call reddish brown. I think it just looks like a red, I mean a brown to me on the characters, but sometimes I see why they say that. Other times I don't. And so
Yeah, but the thing is that initially it was not that hue. It was not that color. Over time, I mean, you see the date here, 2100 to 2000 BC. So if we take the closest date, that's 4,000 years old. So over 4,000 years, the coloring will fade. And I've shown that for years in different museums.
mhm,
Shh, shh.
yep. But
Oh,
one
but
can't,
we can still make it larger. Like hold on. If you don't mind, I'm gonna
oh yeah,
share
unshare
on
my
my end.
screen, stop my
Yes.
share.
So
And yeah,
sometimes
we
they
just
would say that, but if you just, I mean, I use the trackpad basically, and just with my fingers, I just, like make it larger like that.
okay, great.
But
So
yeah,
let
for
me
those who wonder, that's the water ripple, garden reference N35. Then we have the wick or twisted flags. I forgot the garden reference for that one. And then we
yeah.
have the folded cloth, I think it's reference S29. So the N, the H, the H, and the S. Nehes. Now at the bottom, I cannot really tell.
Yeah, and those who think that that might be problematic reading, we have another stele, which is a duplicate of this for another Nubian that corroborates it. Him and his wife, styled in the same fashion, are called Nahes. And so I can share that link since you this one. Let me see if I can find it. And so now, just 1 second.
Mm-hmm. You, you hold that?
Oh, tab. Let's see. So if you see on my screen now, this one I can enlarge is from a different museum. If we notice the image, the iconography we just seen is duplicated on this one.
But
Except,
I don't have the share stuff now.
oh, it's not shared. Let me see.
No.
Oh, let me see. I thought I clicked share. I must didn't.
Oh, there it is.
All right. So here, if I zoom out, we'll see it is the similar icon, actually the same formulas and everything, except we're not getting Hotep. We're getting Hotep D, what looks like Ampu
Mm.
or
Yeah,
Hotep
Hotel
D
Dinesu
Nisu.
still.
Yep,
Yeah.
Ampu, but
Yeah, input.
Ampu or
Hmm.
whatever,
Yes,
and not
step
Nis.
2F. Hmm.
Yep. But notice this here, we still have the same name written in the same location.
Hmm.
Nahes, and then it gives whatever his name. It says MN whatever. I see a U bird or some type of bird. What might
Yeah.
be a new over here? You think that's a new
Might
pot?
might be, yeah. It's a bit difficult to tell, but
Yeah.
usually the new part will be more roundish. But I cannot
Mm-hmm.
really tell.
Yeah, but still, we see we can make out the N, the flax, and the S.
Yes.
Now notice his woman is also called Nahes
Hmm.
here. And they're following the similar iconography to where if they would have colored this one in, I would propose it would have been colored in the same way as the other one. If we compare these two side by side, we can tell they're Nehas because he's rocking this slash. You know what I'm saying? A few other things. He's given the bow, which is seen on their most Nubian iconography of Stele, giving the children the bow and other things like that. And so we also have the dog, which they associate with Nubian hunters or archers. So I just wanted to stop share this so that we could compare this to the one that you just had up, which also had Nahes right in front of the man giving the bow to his children as well. And you see his children over here are the smaller. I don't want to say children. Maybe these are. And the other one, it was children. Maybe these are, his subordinates. Who knows? We hadn't read through it all the way yet. I'm just pointing out that these people are called Nahes, and the woman looks to be styled as a traditional Egyptian, and
Hmm.
so it's something to note.
Yeah, and it's always beautiful, and that's the luck that we have all these artifacts, so we can go straight to the original document. And most people just don't do that. Most people will, I mean, when I say most people, most of our people, we like to use the Bible and say, Ham, Japhet, Shem, and we make biblical genealogies. But we have many depictions, and maybe people are not aware of that. But in Kemet, there are plenty of paintings depicting different populations, and sometimes we have the name for these populations. Well, Brenda Sims, who wrote Peace Mouth, whoever I see you have smashed on building with the grandbabies. Arrows up. Yeah. Yeah, that's lovely. Is
Yeah,
there anything else you want to share with us, Brother Smash?
nah, I'm just chilling. As a matter of fact, I want to say thanks for having me on real quick. I'm just gonna step back and continue watching and help
Uh,
you keep the stream going.
Yeah, well, it depends on the people, what I'm saying. If there's no participation, I'll call it a day. But I like when it's free talk. But for those who don't know, no matter when I have a title or not, anybody can address anything that was said yesterday, 2 weeks ago, 2 years ago, 10 years ago. I really don't mind. All right. So in the meantime, did I share? Okay, so we had the celestial cow. What was this? Did I share the last one? Ok, tiens, Miro, tiens, 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 Miro, tiens. Allez, mouche. Et encore. Allez, c'est bien. All right. So, for those who wonder how to get on the panel, you have the link in the chat. It's at the top. So, um, the requirement, is just that you show your face, that you use a webcam. That's the only requirement. So, share the wand. There's the, hold on. Yeah, did I share this one? Well, I don't know if I shared that one, but just in case, and that link in the chat, and it's going to be, we have 16 people, well, 14 now. How many? Well, I see the likes later on. So that picture, that one there, we are told that this is in the tomb of Ramesses the First, and it's a mural painting of Ra and the soul of Ba from the 19th dynasty. So here we can see those people. They are definitely not reddish brown here, you know. And this is no, this is definitely their hair, not a helmet or a black crown that we are not aware of, you know. And the last one I want to share is from the tomb of Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's father, King Tut's grandfather, most likely. So I'm sharing the link in the chat. And this is the depiction here. Now, you see the prices. And it's not even to buy it. And now, on my end, it's in French, but you know, this is Getty Images. So it might be automatically in English on your end when you click on the link. But it says to buy a license, you know, then you have personalized rights. So then, you know, do you have the options there? No, just sort of publicity. And I'm going to put that. Okay, it's too long. It's too long. Never mind. So if I go back, hold on. I'm going to do that. So we can see the prices again. There it is. So, oui, c'est bien, Merot. Is it showing? Yes, it's showing. So you see the prices. Small, 175 euros. It's more or less the same. What's the word? Rate as the dollar. You know, it might be slightly stronger than the dollar. Middle size, 385. Large size with the DPI, 300 DPI, that's quality. I'm not really too familiar with all this, you know, stuff, but you know, 475 euros, you know, it's no joke. But here we are told that this is Amenhotep III with the flabellum, scepter, and well, he put flare. I think it's frere, but you know, painting from the tomb of Amenhotep III at Thebes, Egyptian civilization, New Kingdom Dynasty 18. All right. So you see here, this is supposedly Amenhotep III. And I've been looking for pictures from the tomb of Amenhotep III. On the Theban mapping project, we barely have anything but some reproductions and sketches. So I suspect that in the tomb of Amenhotep III, there are some things that uh, they're not so eager to share. Now, I'm not going to go into conspiracy mode and say there's some things they don't want us to see, because if you give them that bakshish, you know, they will surely let you, you know, go in and film and take pictures. But I don't know about that one, you know, because that depiction there, it has yet to be confirmed. But Osam Ka said that he saw a video with the doctor, what's the name again? Fletcher, I think her surname is. I think it's Joanne Fletcher, the one who has that documentary. I think it was a Discovery Channel, or maybe it was a Disney Channel, about um Nefertiti. She thought that she had found the remains of Nefertiti. So that's the lady there. There was a little controversy. She was banned from Egypt for a while, but the ban was lifted and she returned to Egypt. So Osar Ka said that on that video where this Egyptologist was featured, she showed the tomb and we could see that depiction. So, however, on Osiris Net website, it says that it is now in the Louvre Museum, and I can tell you for sure that this is not on display in the Louvre Museum. uh, unless they put it on display yesterday. But I've been going there. I have my membership card, and I've been going there, and even I think mine expired like sometime around summer 2022. I went before it expired, and that was not on display. And if it was on display, instead of using the other one, I would have used this one for obvious reasons. But so if some of you happen to come across some collection or album, picture album, photo album of the tomb of Amenhotep III, feel free to share it. If you come across some video online that shows the tomb of Amenhotep III, then please share it. If you come across those websites that do some virtual visits or virtual tour of tombs, basically they took plenty of pictures and then they allow you to have like some 3D type of tour. Please share it. But it appears like uh, if Osam doesn't manage to contact his people in Egypt, then whenever I go to Egypt, I have to see if I can go there and pay enough money to take footage or at least pictures. But I really suspect that in the tomb of Amenhotep III, which is one of the most powerful pharaoh ever, one of the most powerful king of Kemet. So his tomb is probably not small, and it is a bit strange that we just don't see much from his tomb. So there's probably some very interesting things for us to see. So now that I've dealt with this, and another thing as well, I did not even stress that, but I don't know, we don't see glyphs colored too often, you know, and it's just nice. I mean, those glyphs are very neat. They look very nice. Here we have his name, by the way. This is the reed leaf. That's the Senate game. That's the ripple of water. That spells Imen, that we call Amen in English. This is a Hotep glyph. And the interesting thing is because it is colored, we can see the difference with the mat or altar or offering table and the piece of bread, the stiller sized piece of bread on top of it. But all this is one glyph. That's a Hotep glyph, HTP. So, and then we have Hekat Was, which probably stands for Waset. It's probably an abbreviation for Haset. I'm sorry, Waset, not Aset. Um, Now, maybe we had Ra here. We have Ma'at there. We know because of the feather. And we have Neb. So it was probably Neb Ma'at Ra, you know. But here we have definitely his name, Imenhotep. Then we have the Ankh Mi Ra. All right. Given life like Ra. All right. So it's just so lovely and easy for the eyes. Here we have Neb Iret, which is translated sometimes as master of ritual, but literally is master or lord of doing things. So doing things or making things, they translate that as ritual. And as a matter of fact, here we have Necher Nefer, perfect God. But I will stop there. Um, Now we have Jocelyn's. I don't know how to pronounce the CE. Shiro, do you believe the laws of Ma'at is so to be taken literally? Um, oh, you know what? Before I continue, I was thinking about what I said, but was you know, now usually the was can have different appearances. I've closed the window, the page. Otherwise, I would have put it back up. But we have was, which means it's translated as power or authority. So it might be that I suspect maybe it stands for was said, but it might be that indeed. It might be Heka was simply. Um, so there's just a aleph missing between the W and the S, but and then we have indeed the Ankh Mira. All right. Now, Jocelyn was asking, do you believe the laws of Ma'at is to be taken literally, or it's just a metaphor to build consciousness and spirituality through meditation and growth? Well, what is for sure is that when we say the laws of Ma'at, mainly most of the people will talk about the papyrus of Ani. the so-called Book of the Dead, which is a misnomer. It's the book of coming forth by day, or book of going out into the day, or some might say the light. Um, Pedet M Heru, in the Medunechero or hieroglyphic writing system or language. So the most famous one is the Papyrus of Ani, located in the British Museum. It was found intact by E.A. Wallis Budge, and he decided to cut it in, I think, 37 pieces, but 30 something pieces. So, um, because it was intact, nice quality, it's one of the most famous ones. But there are others where we have the negative confessions. They don't all have the exact same sentences. You see, so Ani was a scribe, a sesh, and in his Peret M Heru, we have those negative confessions where it say, I have not stolen, I have not killed, and so on. I'm paraphrasing, but it's available. As a matter of fact, brothers and sisters, that's my website. If you go, did I put a page for it? Oh yes, it's there. Yes, there. It's in the menu. But it's good. I will probably change the template and add it at the bottom. But when you click on Bible, it says biblical parallels with text from ancient Egypt, and in bracket I've put Kemet, and also Kemet written according to the transliteration. So here we have three entries, and the second one is Exodus 20, uh, which is the Ten Commandments, what we know as the Ten Commandments, compared with the Papyrus of Ani. You see, so it's a great opportunity here to go over it again. Now, the Papyrus of Ani, and you have a link there. It leads to Wikipedia, but whatever it's worth, is located in the British Museum, and then you have the British Museum link to the actual Papyrus of Ani, and dated circa 1250 BCE. Below is a table comparing this ancient Egyptian text with the biblical book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 1 to 17, also known as the Ten Commandments. Now, this is from the Bible Gateway, New International Version. The translation is from Raymond O. Faulkner, from the book Egyptian Book of the Dead, the book of Going Forth by Day, the complete papyrus of Ani, featuring integrated text and full color images. That's the 20th anniversary edition, 2015, and you have the ISBN number. I actually have it, but it's at the bottom of my books there, so it's going to take me a little bit of time, and then I have to put it back. But I've shown it many times. It's a very large book, actually. Um, so that's what it looks like. And here we have the comparison with the Ten Commandments, Exodus 20. You shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless whom he uses his name. And 42, Declaration of Innocence, Papyrus of Ani, also known as the Negative Confession. After that, I have not cursed a God. Verse 13 of Exodus 20, you shall not murder. And the Papyrus of Ani, I have not slain people. Then we have, you shall not commit adultery, and in Exodus 20, verse 14, and then in the negative confession in the Papyrus of Ani, we have, I have not had intercourse with a married woman. And it's the first occurrence, because we have another occurrence. Did I share the link? No, I didn't share the link to that. So I'm going to share the link to this part of my website, so you can have a look. We have two other entries, like I've said, comparison of Genesis 41:42 and Amenhotep, the son of Apu, and comparison of Exodus 3:14 and the book of the heavenly cow. And we talked about this book of the heavenly cow, because it's also known as the destruction of mankind. But anyway, let's keep it simple. So biblical parallels with texts from ancient Egypt. And later on, I will update the template of my website so it's mentioned at the bottom. So yeah, so back to Jocelyn's question. I don't think we can say it's a metaphor. Uh, this is what was stated in the papyrus of that scribe. You know, so we could say it was their beliefs, their philosophy, their worldview. You know, something that they used to hold on to. And Ma'at really. Uh, Now this is a French version, but you have a world famous Egyptologist called John Assmann. He's very very famous. You know, he's a I think he's from Germany, but if he's not from Germany, he's a German speaker. But we don't have a bio at the back. But I think he's German, John Assmann. But anyway, this book is about Ma'at, and he says pharaonic Egypt and the idea of social justice. There's a French Egyptologist called Bernadette Menu, and she has a book about Ma'at, and I'm going to tell you what the title says actually for Bernadette Menu. I've actually quoted from that book about some French Pan Africans who said that you can be transgender and be Kemetic. I mean, those people they're just like. Yeah, some Pan Africans say you can be transgender and be Kemetic, you know, and be a Kemite. So Bernadette Menu's book here, I don't think there is a English translation, but it says Ma'at, the just order of the world. So all this to say that um, in ancient Egypt, people used to abide by Ma'at. That's order. That's order. That's order. It's translated as many things, you know, justice and so on, truth and so on. But it's if you want to choose one word, you can use order, and the opposite is disorder that they called isefet, you know, or isfet. It depends how people want to pronounce it, you know. So that's what it is when we talk about the laws of Ma'at, you know. So whether it is to be taken literally or not, it's just the same as the writings from the Bible or the Quran or the Vedas and any other writings that deal with theology. You know, it's up to people to see how they want to take it. You know, but this could be seen as a model. You know, of how the society works and what rules, what principles. I prefer principles. You know, but if people want to use laws, it's fine. It's fine with me. You know. Now, what I'm going to do now is get something to drink, and then I want to go through a video that the brother Pan African James shared with me. You know, so hold on tight. I'm gonna play a little some. What should I play when I go away? Yeah, I'll play this one. But I'll be back, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody has to be Kemetic. It's a matter of choice. You know.
Hey, I want to jump in right here.
Yeah, feel free, brother.
Okay, I want to jump in and just say something about you, Shaka, that I noticed, and I'm quite sure everybody else noticed it too. The way that they kind of bounce off of you. That's a good way to put it. Almost kind of shy away. Want to keep you quiet to a certain degree, especially after you told me about, well, not just me, all of us, of listening to you, how maybe they had you in the back, you know, waiting for 40 minutes before you can make a comment, putting you off certain people's stages where they have their show, putting you off 2 and 3 times. I
heard that said, that tells me something about an individual, and that'll make me take notice of them anyway and examine them to see what is it about them that they don't want to be bothered with. There's some stuff went on last night on Smash Show, and it's the dude called Waza. I'm quite sure they know him better than me, but Waza, he's kind of a comical fella, and but he got some smarts to him, but he don't know when to make his comment and then step back and wait, and just listen some for a while. He wants to get in there and just rough and tough it out, and don't want to listen to somebody else. And that I'm not saying you that way now, but I was just looking at Waza last night, and they had to put him in the back, or just put him off the show or whatever, because he just kept jumping in there too much, and people would be trying to talk, and he just interject and walk all on people, and just get in the conversation, and maybe even be talking about something else instead of what the subject was. But back to you, Shaka. You're similar to Waza to a certain degree, and I think we all have to have some aggressiveness to us. We have to be aggressive when the time is right. Don't get me wrong, but it's time. At certain times, we have to be humble, and we have to stand back and listen. And like I do, and I've always been that way. When you see somebody quiet, this is something I learned over the years. When you see them quiet, they either just out the loop completely, or they are a type of individual trying to see what's going on. And that's how I am. I do, and I can speak when the time is right, especially when I feel like it's necessary. And especially at my time and age now, I'm more the type to keep you in line, or maybe keep you directed right. And I think that's the elder's job. Of course, the elders should have more intelligent and just more knowledge on things than the youngsters coming up, because I used to have them tell me back in the day, man, where you going already? And I'm been there. I used to think about that.
All right, I'm back. You are shy, brothers and sisters, this evening, but it's okay. So that's the Met. Now, first, I'm sharing the credential of the person that I will play. This is hosted on the Harvard's website. Now I'm about to show you. Timothy Kendall. Most of the time you will see Tim Kendall. It says Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, Department of Ancient. I'm sorry. Department of Egyptian and Ancient Near Eastern Art, Archaeological Mission Jebel Barko, Sudan, from 86 to 2018, co-director of the 2020 grant recipient. Dr. Kendall is an archaeologist. Hold on. You have a link to the Amun Sanctuary. All right. Look at this. This is, of course, a reconstruction. I mean, a reconstruction. Sketch, digital imagery of how it most likely looked like before. You see, we see the remains, and we're like, well, not so fly, but back then it was definitely fly. But anyway, let me go back here. So, Dr. Timothy Kendall is an archaeologist and ancient historian specializing in ancient Sudan. He received his doctorate at Brandeis University in 1974 and served 25 years as a member of the curatorial staff of the Department of Ancient Egyptian and Near Eastern Art at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. At the MFA, he became aware of its vast collection of archaeological material from the pioneering Sudan excavations of Dr. George A. Reisner, carried out between 1913 and 1932 under joint sponsorship of the MFA and Harvard University, excavating in a major city and royal cemetery sites of ancient Kush. Reisner received tens of thousands of objects from the MFA, which, together with his superb records, form an archive unique outside Sudan. As Kendall became aware of the extent of this collection, he made it his primary scholarly focus. In 82, he received a sabbatical and traveled to Sudan to visit all of Reznar's sites. And in 86, he received a permit from the Sudanese authorities to reopen excavations at the Jebel Barko temples. In the very same sector, worked for 2 seasons by Reznor. Kendall was able to continue the work for 25 more seasons, working side by side with an Italian and Spanish team excavating in other nearby sectors of the site, finally retiring in 2018. The White Levy grant provides funding that will allow Kendall and his team to produce a final publication of the main temple complex by 2023. So we have a gentleman. I did not find any book for him yet. He might have contributed on some works. You have a lot of work about certain areas of topic regarding ancient Egypt, and it is edited by a person, and you have several contributions or contributors. But I don't think he has released a book of his own. And we've read that he excavated or worked for like 25 years. You know, let's say he worked for 25 years, and he's about to release his book. It is scheduled for like 2023. You see, but you have other people, they release a book every other summer. Now, there's one thing I wanted to say. Um, Earlier, you heard me speaking with someone, and I said that many times. When somebody makes a claim, I say, "Can you please share that with me?" I would love to see that. Please, brothers and sisters, take this habit of saying that, because some people will say, "Well, it's like, who was it? Who said that?" The pastor, the African American pastor that I spoke to in Paris during this summer, and he said the Ark of Covenant was found, and it is in Turkey. You know, I made a video entitled "You Won't Believe What a Pastor Told Me Today," and you can check. I think he said Turkey. You know, so I asked him. He said it's online. I said, "Can you show me?" He's like, "You have a phone?" I said, "You have a phone as well." But anyway, some people will tell you some things sometimes, like, wow, you know. But if you just take them for face value, then they feel like they made their talking point, and it's all good. But if you ask them, it's not really in the sense of challenging them, but ask them. And most of the time you will come across some websites that are not reputable websites. You might see some drawings or artifacts. There's no reference. You don't know where it is located. You know, so um, we want to be accurate. We want to have clarity. And when people come with some uh, groundbreaking discoveries, it's very unlikely that no other people or no other authority has talked about it. Because there are some people sometimes they will come at you like, I have this exclusive here, you know, but nobody else knows about it. So now, oh, hold on. That's the page there. And that's the video. I'm going to put the title and the link of the video, and then we're going to go through it. It took me longer than expected to go through this video, and some of you might know why, but I got there eventually. At the end, the Q&A, I didn't go through it, but I've listened to his main premise. So that's the title and the link to the video, and now I'm going to share it. and I have some timestamps, so I'm gonna let you hear what he has to say. So that's the PhD talking. So first timestamp, I can close this. For those that wonder, the three videos I recommend, I've already shared. White Semites Black Awakening. Once again, it's in the description of this video, along with all the videos I have uploaded lately. You have, of course, the number one. If I was to give an order, I would say Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Number two, I would say Deception of Asiatic Black Men, and number three, I would say White Semites Black Awakening. And all three of them are less than an hour long. I think. Let me check for Deception of Asiatic Black Men, because I know the other two are less than an hour. So, Deception of Asiatic Black Men, how long is it? Yeah, it's 40 minutes. So all three of them are less than an hour. So it's something that's achievable for those who are interested. So this first timestamp is minute 9:12.
I'm almost at the point of thinking that that the origin of Egyptian kingship, at, at least Upper Egyptian kingship, may derive from Jebel Barkal, and that the 25th dynasty is just a kind of replay. What the Kushites thought was a replay of what had happened, perhaps in the 2,000 or 3,000 years before. And I'll explain why this looks like
in our discussion. Yeah,
the truth. It's a very compelling theory. Anyway, there's nothing that contradicts it.
Yeah, we would love to hear that theories and arguments about your work in Jebel Barkal. Yeah,
I think the modern Egyptian. I think the Egyptians are not going to be very happy about it.
You have the quote here. This PhD said, I'm almost at the point of thinking that the origin of the Egyptian kingship, at least Upper Egyptian kingship, may derive from Jebel Barkal, that the 25th dynasty is just a kind of replay. What the Kushites thought was a replay of what had happened perhaps, 3 or 2,000 years before. Then you have that nervous / uncomfortable laughter from the host who was interviewing this PhD. But there was no statement such as, well, that's African centered thought, you are Afrocentric. I wonder why, but it's okay. So, second timestamp is minute 12.
Here it is on the map over here on the left. These are all the New Kingdom sites. We first hear about Jebel Barkal in history in the early 18th dynasty with the Jebel Barkal inscription of Thutmose III, which was found by Reisner, and it's now in Boston. But this great monument indicates that Thutmose III visited Jebel Barkal, and the stele is dated to year 47, which is about 1432 BC. I'm just guessing. I'm not exact, but it was set up fairly late in his reign. But it's clear from this stele that Jebel Barkal was considered by the Egyptians officially to be the primeval home of Amen of Karnak, Amen of Thebes. Now, Thebes was the central temple of Amen. It was the religious capital of Egypt at the time. And here you see it on the map. Thebes is 1,260 kilometers downstream from Jebel Barkal. To get from Thebes to Jebel Barkal, it would have taken probably at least, depending on which way you're going, I mean, it probably would have taken at least 6 weeks to by boat, continuous traveling to get from one place to the other. And of course, you probably couldn't even get to Jebel Barkal by boat, except during the summer months, because if you look at the map, you see that the current, the Nile current, is flowing south against you if you're trying to go upstream, but the prevailing wind is from the north, so the wind would be blowing against you as well as the current. So it would be impossible to go upstream except by towing the boat, or except by going in the summer when the prevailing winds are in the south.
Okay, that's what I wanted you to hear so far. We have 19 people. How many likes do we have? 16. That's very good. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I appreciate that. And I don't mind if some of you want to make a donation. I really don't mind. Now, Big Road Zeptepi. I think Zeptepi is probably earlier than that. Zeptepi can be translated as first time. Um, and Black Egyptian wrote, however, I agree, and it aligns with the notion that the Egyptians were initially colonies sent out by the new by the by Nubians to conquer Lower Egypt from the Libyans, aka Mehu. Coincidentally, Lower Egypt is Ta Mehu. Well, you can try to see what the data allows us to say, but we still have the right to have hypotheses and opinions, but the records will surely give us the clearest insight, and there's a lot to be found, to be discovered. I think some of you have heard how in Egypt they went over. I can always show you better than I can tell you. BBC might have a website about that. BBC. No, not that one. Uh, Maybe you've heard about it. They've scanned. They went over on a plane, and they use some sort of scanning system. I don't know if they use laser technology as well, and they figured that there's a lot of things under the sand. I might have talked about it before. I might have shared the link back then, but since tourism is the number one source of income for Egypt, and I think I've said that before, there's no point of them revealing so many things at the same time. They have to stretch it. Found this here, found that there, but um, in the article they even said that we might have temples and even pyramids. You know, unfortunately, I couldn't find the article there. If somebody want to challenge me and say that I'm making it up, then I guess I would take more time to look for this article. But there's a lot more that we will discover. Um, Alan Jeliot Jr. wrote, I truly believe that both the Medu Neter and the first images of pharaonic kingship originated in Tasseti. How do we know? Look at what was found at Siali and Kustu, royal seals and pharaonic scenery. But you see, the thing, Alan, is that when people of European descent say it, they don't get ridiculed. But when black people say we are labeled Afrocentric, uh, as if it's a negative term, And Dr. Shekhar Diop many times is labeled as a Afrocentric with erroneous theory. But once again, I'm pretty confident that we will get some clarity. Well, at least from Kemet, we will uncover many artifacts. Now, in Sudan, I don't really know, but I think they would not mind having some teams doing excavations as long as they get their money. So we will see. We will see. But on the linguistic side of things, some people are doing work, with the different languages of Nubia, Dongolawi, and so on. Ned and Neb, will be more qualified than me to talk about that because he's working with Dr. Nasir Sati from the University of Khartoum, or Khartoum, as we say in English. Now, regarding what I've just played, Pan African James was correct when he said that apparently it took like 2 months to travel by boat. I did tell him that I wasn't sure about that because I read that during the transatlantic slave trade, it would take like 3 months to go from Africa to the Caribbeans and America. But this PhD said that it would take at least 6 weeks by boat, and it's um, most likely during the summertime that they will be able to make the journey by boat. And he talked about, I think he talked about the wind and the streams, but you can go back and listen to it. And we were also with Pan African James wondering about the artifact, the stele. Um, I forgot if it's called the Jebel Barco Stele, but it has something to do with Thutmose III, where that PhD said that it is located in Boston. So we had the answer that we were looking for. And you heard him talking about Thebes, which was the capital of Egypt at the time. Now, Thebes is Waset. And remember, the first Egyptologist in the world, I made a video about that. He's called H.M. Waset. He has the name Waset. That's part of his actual given name, So let me continue now. The next timestamp will be, and there's actually just 3 timestamps left. I'm not going to be long with this. So it's going to be minute 58 and 50 seconds.
From the Second Intermediate period, we have this stela from Buhen showing a Kerma king holding a bow, wearing a white crown. And most Egyptologists have assumed that the Kerma king simply appropriated an Egyptian symbol for their own and were pretending to be Upper Egyptian rulers. But is that really the way it happened? Or was the white crown always a Nubian crown?
Now, you heard a mention of the Second Intermediate period, and just you can type Britannica Second Intermediate period, but I'm going to share the London what's it, London College what? You know what? I think after I'm going to look for this article. Maybe it's not on the BBC, but the article about all these artifacts that they figured. So it's the University College of London. Let me share it in the chat and then show you. So we have some dates or period. Here you have the link. So at the bottom you see it says University College of London, or actually University College London. That's what it says here. Egypt in the Second Intermediate period, about 1700 to 1550 BC. You see. Now, if you go on homepage, Petrie, where's Petrie? Because that's where the Petrie Museum's website is hosted. Um, Oh, never mind. Oh, there it is. If you need more confidence in dimensions and time and place, try the introductory guide for periods, and you see petrie.ucl.ac.uk. That's not the Petrie. It's ucl.ac.uk/culture. But if I try the URL, the beginning of the URL, maybe they have changed since. But the Petrie Museum's website looks very archaic. Back then it did. Oh, Petrie Museum here. They have updated it. Explore the Petrie Museum. Okay, that's good because back then, the way it looked. All right. And did they show any collections? Okay. Well, back then you could see a thing or two. Okay, find out more about the collection and hear the latest musings. I don't know what musings means from the team on the Petrie Museum blog. Uh, okay, let's click there. It opens in a new page. Well, okay, never mind, never mind. And research service at the Petrie Museum. It's a shame, but anyway. Where was I? We have 23 people online right now. We have 17 likes. Okay. So next timestamp, that's the one before last, is 1 hour and 45 seconds. But I have to share again. I have 24 people online now, or 22 now. Well, there it is. So 1 hour and 45 seconds, was it? Yes, 1 hour 45 seconds. Hour 45 seconds.
We actually have some evidence of this from Diodorus, the historian, the Greek historian of the 1st century BC, who wrote in his history a tradition that he got from the Ethiopians, namely the Sudanese of those days. He says that these informants, who are Meroitic ambassadors, told him that the Egyptian civilization was simply an offshoot of their own civilization. He said the Egyptians were settlers from among them, and that Osiris was their leader. In other words, Osiris, the first Egyptian king, was really a Nubian.
We have a comment by the Basic Materials Project who wrote, I found Ankh, and I don't know why he wrote Ankh this way, from Sudan. So please clarify what you mean. I don't really understand what you mean there. We have 25 people online right now, and now the last timestamp will be 1 hour, 4 minutes, 40 seconds. And it's just gonna be less than 1 minute, really. So 1 hour, 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
See, and that the conclusion, if I'm right in all of this, the conclusion is that Upper Egyptian kingship, in the beginning, the concept of Kamutef, the concept of Min, the ancient god of kingship, comes from Jebel Barkal. End of story.
So we have once again that nervous / uncomfortable laughter. Hey, what's up? You just arrived at the end. Pan African James. I don't know if you got a chance to see, but I went through the video that you have recommended. And actually, this is the part where they are about to, he's about to ask questions. But I didn't watch that part. I just watched the part of his presentation and so on. So, what I would like to do now is to look for the article. I'll talk about those things. Um, I really want to, and that's from years ago. That article, that's from years ago. Hold on. No, it's not that video. Um, damn, it's a shame. I've shared this. That was years ago. They're talking about Avaris, which was the capital of the Ixos. That's not what I'm after. Oh, never mind. Never mind. That was years ago. I wish I would have shared it with y'all, but couldn't find it. What did I think? Well, it's interesting. It's interesting. So I think that's all I wanted to share. Is there anything? Oh yeah, there's another video that I came across actually. Well, 23 people online right now. How many likes? 21 likes. Ah, hey, that's a good look, brothers and sisters. Um, there's a video suggestion of the same author, but there's a lot of background noise, but noise. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise, but I did not watch it. I just put the beginning, so we're gonna discover it together. I think it's about 10 minutes long, 13 minutes long. So I'm gonna share the link, and then we're going to listen together, and then if people want to call in and ask questions, can feel free. And then that's about what I wanted to share for today. So new brothers and sisters, to see if we're gonna call it a day or if we're gonna keep this thing going. So in the chat, archaeologist Dr. Timothy Kendall talks about the Great Sudanese civilization. I'm discovering this with all of you.
Where is Kemet?
Well, Kemet is the ancient name of Egypt. It's what the Egyptians call Egypt.
But the entire Egypt, the delta around the Nile, it's so confusing.
I know it's confusing for me too. I think it's just a word they use for Egypt. But it could also be. I mean, for example, we know that these names meant different things at different times. Yes. They use the name. Kush, for example. For a while, it only meant this kingdom just above the Third Cataract. Okay. But in the Second Intermediate period, Kush extended all the way to Aswan. Correct. Or maybe even further. Yes. So then suddenly all of Nubia became Kush. Correct. These names had different meanings at different times. I mean, it's like
we had a huge debate about the term Kemet itself. Yeah. Because some people believe that Kemet is just part of the delta, and some people believe Kemet is just around the Nile, the black land or the black soil around the Nile, and goes all the way to Jebel Barkal and beyond. So Kemet is not only associated with ancient Egypt as well. The relationship between the Kushites and the ancient Egyptians are a little bit complicated, and especially during the 18th dynasty. So even when one of Bianchi's Stele.
Something I want to hear again. So I'm going to go back just a little bit.
Itself, because some people believe that Kemet is just part of the delta, and some people believe Kemet is just around the Nile, the black land or the black soil around the Nile, and goes all the way to Jebel Barkal and beyond. So Kemet is not only associated with ancient Egypt as well. The relationship between the Kushites and the ancient Egyptians are a little bit complicated, and especially during the 18th dynasty. So even when one of Bianchi's stela or inscriptions, he's the Lord or the King of the two lands, as well as the Lord of Kemet. Like he specified Kemet by itself.
That's right. It's the sandstone stela. Well, I think when he says Kemet, I think he's talking about Egypt specifically, because he says Amun of Karnak has given me the kingship of Kemet, I think. So here we go. Cool.
Excellent.
Yeah. But I'd have to look it up.
I'm telling you, this is a big debate because we have a lot of researchers in Sudan right now. They're getting some history. Next week. Thank you.
But I think there's no one answer. I mean, I think that there's nothing. It's probably a fluid term. And maybe it designated a political idea
more than the
geographic.
Maybe. So it's still open for more researches, right? It's not definite that Kemet is an ancient name for Egypt. It could be fluid, like he said, It could be extended to.
Sometimes I think that the Kushites extended it. When they came to power, I think they extended it all the way to Sudan. Maybe
all Kemet, all as one Kemet.
Yeah.
That's why you're right. It's not a geographical term. It could be more fluid.
Yeah.
The people, define the people.
Well, it's like when we say king of Upper and Lower Egypt. In earlier pharaonic times, Upper Egypt probably included part of Lower Nubia, and Lower Egypt was the Delta. Correct. But in Kushite times, Upper Egypt extended all the way to Kush. So and it extended all that far because of the pinnacle on Jebel Barkal, which showed a king wearing
the white crown.
The white crown.
Yes.
Yeah. So when the kings declared themselves kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, I mean it's often understood to mean Egypt and Kush in Egypt.
One question: what happened to the mummy of the heart?
Well, there were some bones found.
Why? I'm sorry. Let me ask you one more question. Why we always find bones, not mummies?
Well, because, first of all, if the mummy was, we know that his coffin or coffins, I think there were 2 or 3. We know that they were made of wood. The wood was covered with inlaced stones because many of the inlays survived. They're now in Boston. We also know that the coffins were covered with gold. But if you put wood, and we have the inlay eyes from the coffins also. If you put the mummies in the niche where the water comes, they're going to decompose. It's going to just rot, and everything is going to fall apart.
So that's what you believe happened to it.
Yeah.
And like one piece of bone or many bones or skull? Any skull?
Well, not skull, just some fragments of
a full arm.
Yeah, I think
that's all.
That's all that they found. When they don't forget though that when they excavated the tomb, it was full of water and mud.
Yes.
So they had to by hand they had to bail it out.
So believe there's some left.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe, yeah. But I mean, they didn't have any electric pump.
Yeah.
So they had to bail everything by hand, and so that
whatever they got,
they had men, scooping the water and passing it up the stairway.
Yeah, yeah. So it would be a very good project to re-excavate that pyramid, right?
Well, someday it would be, yeah. I think they were definitely more African. They were Sudanese. They were like Sudanese. They were Sudanese.
Modern Sudanese today. Like if you go to Jebel Barkal, the people live around the Jebel Barkal. Do you think they are like, oh, that's how the ancient Kushite looked like?
Well, I think, even if you go to Karima and look at the people in the village, they're all different types.
Correct. Racially, are they different?
Racially, Egyptians and
ancient Egyptians and Kushites.
Well, I mean, it's like today.
Diverse.
It's like today. I mean, how would you distinguish Sudanese from Nubians and Egyptians?
From Egyptians right now nowadays in Aswan, they look exactly like Sudanese.
There you go.
But the people in the Delta, they don't look like the South people of Egypt.
That's right.
It's exactly the same as it was thousands of years ago.
So they're all mixed. I mean, the farther north you go, the lighter skinned people are. The farther south you go, the darker.
But the ancient Egyptian and Eurocentrics, they try to depict all the Kushites as Negroid and completely racially different than the ancient Egyptians. What do you think about that? They call it, okay, this is the black pharaohs.
Yeah,
and there's white pharaohs.
You have to be careful that you don't get involved you don't turn this into modern political racism. Because we have to separate ourselves from our biases. Totally separate. We have to understand what the ancient people saw in themselves.
Right.
We have to be careful that we don't interpret our
View from nowadays,
feelings
yes.
into ancient times.
Right.
Go backwards.
But I'm talking also like
so-
Professor about the bust. The bust of the Harka, the bust of the Shabaka, Shitaka.
Yeah, I think
the statues, they look regular like any other Kemet king.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, some of them do, some of them don't. I mean, if you look at, I mean, I would think that the Ramessides they're from the Delta, so they're more like modern Egyptians from the Delta.
Yes.
And, you know, then there were the Thebans, the Saidis.
Yes.
You know, and if you look at Amenhotep III and Queen T and some of these, you can see people in Thebes today that look like these people.
Correct.
The Kushites. I mean, you can see in Middle Kingdom, you can see faces of pharaohs that look very, you know, African. You know, they look very southern.
Yes.
But they're is that you know, I mean, the fact is that if you take away skin color, there are certain physical features that you identify with African, you know, thicker lips,
big jaw.
yeah. But it's very difficult to, you know, I think everybody wants to, or the people who are arguing most vociferously about this are basically saying, I want them to be us.
Like the southern Egyptians, for example. Let's talk about without specifying a king or a dynasty. Do they look at the Kushites racially, distinguish themselves from them? From your own perspective, do you think the ancient Egyptian in any kind of dynasty, southern dynasty, they looked at the Kushite as part of them, or they look at the Kushite as like, that's different than us?
Well, I think today they look at them as different. But I mean, I think in ancient times there was a huge political faction that looked at the Kushites as their defenders. Even though they were Egyptians, they were maybe the Theban population looked at the Kushites maybe like Americans looked at Obama. You know, he's one of us. He's a good ruler or a bad ruler or whatever, but you know, we didn't see we didn't see an African man. Some of us, I mean, most of us, I hope, didn't see an African man. We saw you know, a racially well, I mean, we saw an American. You know,
so they looked at him as part of their nation.
Well, but the Kushites were completely Egyptianized in the and maybe that's the wrong term. They were total believers in the cult of Amun.
Correct. And I would like to ask you a question, but later on.
And the cult of Amun was shared by Egypt and Kush. It wasn't an Egyptian religion exactly. It was an East. I mean, it was a religion shared by Egypt and Kush. Amun was the state god of both Egypt and Kush. And
who started worshiping him? Huh? Who started worshiping him?
Oh my gosh, that's a good question, because we probably ought to. Don't you think we ought to eat?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and take your time. And this is just lunch.
What time do we have? Where to go?
You know, I was about to make commentary and tell people, you know, if you want to interview somebody, and you're in a place where people eat, you know, if it's just like, you know, having a drink, having tea or coffee or soft drinks, you know, or even alcohol for those who drink alcohol, that's one thing. But when, you know, we saw at one point when the food was brought, you know, and let the guy eat, and the guy will probably give you better information, you know, because he want to answer you, but you know, there's a smell of the food, there's the Betty speaking, you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, he's like, you know, are we gonna eat? Now, if you want to interview somebody and there's a lot of people around, if you don't have, you know, those small microphones that would catch the noise that is closer, you know, that's gonna have some noise reduction, you know what I'm saying? And try to avoid if there's many people, you know, we can see the result there, you know. And for the record, these images that we saw as he was talking, because at one point he talked about Mentuhotep, and we saw one of his statue where he's depicted jet black. doesn't come from Dr. Timothy Kendall. It is whoever made the video that showed these different ones. And Pan African James, just before I give you the floor, I want to go back. I think it was 10 minutes when he talked about during a certain time period they looked African. So
more like modern Egyptians from the Delta.
Yes.
You know, then there were the Thebans, the Saidis.
Yes.
You know, and if you look at Amenhotep III
Right.
and Queen T and some of these, you can see people in Thebes today that look like these people.
Correct.
The Kushites. I mean, you can see in Middle Kingdom, you can see faces of pharaohs that look very, African. You know.
so he said in Middle Kingdom you can see faces of pharaohs. He might have said people before pharaohs that looked, and he said either African or very African. That's that Timothy Kendall, but he's not going to be labeled as a African centered or Afrocentric, So welcome, Pan African James. How you doing?
I was muted, my bad. Peace, Shaka, man. Man, my apologies for being late. This is kind of like something I had been waiting.
You don't have to apologize because there was no time. I didn't say I'll be live streaming at that time, so there's no apology.
Yeah. I was just like, but this is the video I had been wanting someone to review that read the language and then get y'all's viewpoint on, what was he saying, but I missed most of it. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch it on replay because I'm definitely interested in your commentary on it.
Well, honestly, I did not make much commentary. I just wanted people to hear what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I stressed that, nobody's going to label him as an Afrocentric. And he did not really show much text. He showed some artifacts, but he did not really go through the text.
Mm-hmm.
And he has his hypothesis or his argument. And according to the website hosted on Harvard's website, he has an upcoming book that is due sometime around 2023. So once he will be in writing, then it's going to be another level,
right?
Because
so let me ask you this: do you think he can read the language?
Oh, I mean, I cannot guess, but if he's been dealing with, I mean, let's see his credentials again. I mean, he's been. Let's hold on. Timothy. Oh, I've shared it in the chat anyway. I can go back to the chat and go up.
Yeah, because some of the things that he was saying, it kind of made me think that he could.
I would say. I mean, anybody that deals with the ancient Egypt, that is a scholar, and here that's his credentials again. Though he's dealing more with Sudan, but now, so he's an archaeologist, ancient historian specializing in the Sudan. He received his doctorate. Now, they didn't say what the doctorate was, what field it was, but he was a member of the curatorial staff of the Department of Ancient Egyptian and Near Eastern Arts of the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. So just that alone, I mean, I cannot guess once again, but I will presume that he knows the Medu Neter. Out of curiosity, I'm going to see if there's any other page that says what his PhD, what field it was. Now there's another website. No, that's not him. This not him. No, that's academia, so anybody can have a page on academia. That's not him. Well, I don't find it, but I will presume he knows. I mean, if he was a curator, curatorial. What is it? How is it worded? He was a member. He served for 25 years as a member of the curatorial staff of the Department of Ancient Egyptian and Near Eastern. I mean, even if when he got the position, you didn't know the text. In 25 years, you have plenty of time to learn the meta nature. But
Right.
feel free to add on, brother.
Yeah, so what I was wondering, with the context on the Jebel Barker one, what did you think about that, and the orientation of the Karnak or Waset being to the south and all of that? What do you think about that?
I don't recall him mentioning that. I mean, Waset is towards the south, yes, indeed. Jebel Barkal, his stance, Dr. Kendall's stance is that, um, the kingship, originated from there, and we have the shape of, the what looks like a cobra or some sort of snake, and he made some comparison with the crowns and also different depictions from Kemet where we can see some snakes and what appears to be some sort of mountain. But I think in his book he would go way deeper than
Right.
this conversation that he had there, because he just didn't really show much. He's just I'm pretty sure his book will be way more thorough.
Right.
This is like an appetizer, really.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
see, I was very interested in what he was saying because some of the things that he said was already supposed by Dr. Ben.
And a
Mine,
few other people's, yeah.
yeah, so Dr. Ben, it's not like this is groundbreaking news. What I found it to be was a confirmation of what Dr. Ben had been speaking about since the 90s, because he also talks about the orientation of Waset being to the south. What he didn't do was tie it in with Jebel Parker, which I think maybe he didn't have that information at the time. But
Well,
based on what
mhm.
he's how the Dr. Timothy Kendall's doing, he's tying that in. Maybe he has more information from their excavation, 25 years later to be able to make those particular arguments. So, like I said, I have a video of Dr. Ben talking about the orientation of Waset going south. It's Nubia. It's in the video Nubia, the mother of Egypt, where he points out the orientation of those temples. I think he also says that in Elephantine, if you go on there, you may see me. I had time stamped where Dr. Ben at the 805 mark on the video, where matter of fact, I can just send you the link so you won't have to be searching.
Well, I found Nubia, mother of Egypt. It's about 30 minutes long,
No, no,
but
no. The video I'm talking about is an hour and 48 minutes long.
oh well, it's even longer. I would prefer to have a timestamp.
Okay, yeah,
However, yeah.
it's 8 minutes and 5
All right.
seconds.
Well, hold that thought, because out of curiosity, is a video that I would like to play.
Right.
Um, Now, see, as you spoke, I've put Nubia, mother of Egypt, and see the second link is actually the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, and the title says "Ancient Nubia Now: How Egyptologists Removed Ancient Egypt from Africa." So,
Yeah, I
just
seen
out of
that video.
curiosity, yeah, because it's only 5 minutes long, so just out of curiosity, it's just gonna. And this is Vanessa Davis, who is an
Have
Egyptologist
you
and
have
author.
you seen this before?
I've seen it popping up in my stream many times,
Yeah,
but I just
this is good. You go ahead and play
yeah,
it.
but I don't recall seeing it. I might have seen it and forgotten, but I'm just gonna see what's in stores for us.
Let me timestamp.
Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. Someone asks me, what was the ancient Egyptians' view of X? I immediately think of a two-pronged view, because the ancient Egyptians had an official view of many things, and this is the view that would be put up on the walls of temples and on the walls of the tombs of the elites. That was an official, let's say, state-sanctioned view. That bore little to no resemblance to what people actually may have thought. It was the official view. So when you look at Nubia as depicted on the walls of temples in Egypt, you will see Nubians being crushed under the chariot wheels of the king. You will see Nubians being dragged back to Egypt enslaved. What we see on the ground in terms of archaeological evidence is quite different. We see people who had Nubian names, people who were using Nubian material culture, living within Egypt, working in Egypt, marrying people with Egyptian names. So something quite different from the very intense militaristic scenes that you see in temples. When George Reisner excavated Kerma, he found the statue, a large, beautiful statue of Senui, and also a statue partially destroyed of Jaffa Happy, her husband. It was a very large tomb, and with size in Egypt and in Nubia, we tend to assume ruler or someone very important, which usually translates to ruler. We now understand, yes, this was a ruler's tomb. It is a completely different time period than Jaffa Happy and Senui lived in. Much later, we understand it to be a local ruler, so it was a Kerman official who, for reasons we can guess at, brought or had these two statues brought to Kerma and put in his tomb. It could have been an appropriation of Egyptian culture in general, just to show that, yes, I can own these things that are Egyptian wonderful works of art. Because what we're saying, if you read between the lines, is whoever owns these statues is a powerful person. And that means this art has power.
Yeah, I think that right there at the end was some her doing some conjecture herself, which I think she may have said nobody really knows why they brought those temples there. I mean, those statues there, or if they were even made there.
In terms,
but go ahead. I see you moving, Shaka. Yeah, I was
Sorry,
just trying to. I was just filling in while you was gone.
I was away. But yeah, and that's interesting because if he was not a lady of European descent, I think some people will label her as Afrocentric as well. But do you mind if I let this one play as well? It's only 4 minutes long.
Yeah, go ahead. I seen this
Yeah.
one too.
Oh, well, I didn't see that one, so it's new to me. Now hold on.
Of human history, deep human biological history, Africa has a special role as a place of the emergence of modern humans, whether from a single population that has crossed the threshold and diversified, or whether from multiple populations that have intermixed to create the fundamental basis of modern humanity. Ancient Nubia and ancient Egypt share roots, common cultural roots in Northeast Africa, in the Sahara, and along the Nile Valley. The ancient Egyptians and the ancient Nubians can both be described, especially in the earlier periods, as being descendants of Northeast African indigenous populations. As one writer said, all of these people are Africans, and I define Africans as uh, people whose biological histories have emerged and their identities have emerged in Africa, and where any mixing that took place on African soil. The Egyptians did not come from any place else other than the Nile Valley. Their identities and any other ancestry that they may have had were all forged together in that space. One becomes better known, and one's writing becomes translatable, which is purely an accident, the discovery of the Rosetta Stone. Otherwise, we would not be able to read the Egyptian hieroglyphs as well. So they would still be a mystery as well. We have not recovered something similar for, later period Nubia. I don't think in terms of race in general. I don't, and when I say this, I think about it in two different ways. Darwin essentially suggested that in order to say that a species was subdivided into subspecies, which would be the equivalent of races, that the populations involved would have to be almost incipient species. Okay, so a high degree of substructuring. I can tell you that you cannot use the idea of any difference or being able to tell a difference either at the molecular level or physical level as indicative of or requiring the use of the term race. So I say there are populations, but no races. And I'm not the first person to say that. All of these people are connected to each other, and dividing them in a way that implies a level of discreteness that the term race implies is inappropriate. Were there people with darker skin, lighter skin, curlier hair, less curly hair? Yes, there were. There's no evidence that the ancient Egyptians who did medicine, who made observations, and sometimes detailed artwork about the environment around them, animals, plants, there's no evidence that they had a theory of human variation that would be commensurate or similar to notions of race as they were developed in Europe. There's a deep shared ancestry in the Sahara of these societies. The fact that they were sometimes in conflict, we should not impose our reasons, our ways of thinking onto why this conflict may have occurred. The conflicts were political, social, probably over the same issues. Let's not read ideological ideas about the reasons of this conflict back into the past. We have to avoid stereotypes. We have to avoid the old ways of thinking, but just put into new data sets or new types of data, which I do believe that we can see in literature sometimes today, you know. And I think that a lot of times, if you look very carefully at the scientific literature, you'll see that sometimes the old ways of thinking are lurking beneath the surface there. And this is something that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I see you enjoying this, Shaka. You know what? I think what may be happening, because when I shared that link with you, I have a bunch of those videos off in a what you call it, and they may be coming up on your as you're playing them. because I had them to the side or something like a folder, and maybe this might be why that's playing like that. But yeah, those are videos that I viewed that I thought that was interesting that I saved from YouTube. And what do you think about that? What the brother and the lady was saying?
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, I don't know if the brother was trying to be careful because
Yeah,
nowadays people
yeah,
say
yeah.
there's no such thing as race. Race doesn't exist. I mean,
Yeah, I know. I
race,
heard that too in his
yeah,
speech.
race was in existence for all these hundreds of years when Africans were enslaved. But now, oh no, there's no such thing as race. But it's okay. We get it
Right.
now. Um, one artifact is the same one that Smash has shared earlier.
Exactly.
I don't know if people caught that, but just for the record, I'm gonna show it again. Um, there it is. That's the one that's the brother Smash Rocker shared earlier. Now I've removed the sound,
Right.
but here, oh, because of the title, here, okay, if I go back, the title will go away, but you will see the report of water here around where it says concept. Here's this twisted flask or the wick, as I say, and here this folded cloth. So that spells Nehes, you know.
So
So
that's
what I'm gonna
crazy.
do?
So in the middle of the presentation, you guys are doing translate. So y'all transliterating doing the presentation. Like, okay, I see this, I see that. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys can read the text. You're reading what's on the actual picture.
Mm. And well, it's not exactly a picture, but I see what you mean. It's like a stele, so it's like a
Yeah, you know what
carving.
I'm saying?
But mhm.
To the layman person like myself, we're gonna say without being able to read the text, that's just a picture. But when you guys
Yes.
go to the next level and
Mhm.
read and are able to read the text, it takes it to another level because while I'm looking at what is being depicted, you're stopping and reading the text, and you can break and you guys have made out that it says and it has actually on the picture. So that's even more. I mean, that's why I say what you guys are doing are definitely is important for the next generation. You know what I'm
But
saying?
brother, the thing is that uh, at this stage, those are just uniliterals. Now, uni stands for one, so those are the glyphs that stand for one sound. And like I show many times on my website, and actually, what I will do, I will do this, and
So
then we
let me
can go
ask you,
to
Shaka, are
we
you
can
saying is this at an earlier time period based on that or a later time period?
come again with the question.
What I'm saying, based on it, you saying it being whatever type of text, uniliteral. Are you
Oh well,
saying
I'm
that
going to
they?
show you. I'm
Yeah.
going to show
Okay.
you. I'm going to show you what I mean. Now, for the record, here we have a website. I don't even know what that website is. Hold on. Oh, she has an interview after him. Um, I'm going to share it in the chat anyway. Here it says that Dr. Timothy Candle's PhD was in um, Mediterranean
Yeah.
studies.
Yeah. I was gonna say, can you blow that up? Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
here, Mediterranean studies here. He received
Okay.
his PhD from Brandeis University in Mediterranean studies. For those who don't know, some people who are Egyptologists, uh, they started off in archaeology and history, and then they specialized themselves in Egyptology. So some went that route, and they ended up being teachers of Egyptology. Now, that website, I don't know who that lady is. Why is he not doing anything? Okay, so she's an author. She's a blog about her writing. So okay, she interviewed the doctor. Now back to the uniliterals. You see that's my website. You have the link in the description of the video, and if you go there, Medunecha, no, sorry, hieroglyphs. It actually opens in a new window. But what I will do is this. So this is the website where I have the gardener's sign list. Now, if you go at the bottom, Those are the uniliterals, or the quote unquote Middle Nature alphabet, but put that in quotation. And I usually tell people if they want to learn the Middle Nature, that's the first thing I encourage them to do, to memorize those glyphs and to know their sounds or the phonetic value. Now it's better to have somebody go over the sounds, but and that's what I do when I start the classes. That's the first thing that I go through. And then as we go through different artifacts and different words, and they will be reminded. So the N is here. It's in the middle. It's the water of Ripple. Reference Gardiner reference N35. That's so the water of Ripple is the sound N. Then here I have weak, but some people call it a twisted flask or something like that. That's the H sound, the same sound as the English H, because in French the H sound is a bit different, slightly different. And finally here the folded cloth. Now the folded cloth, along with the ripple of water, those are two glyphs that appear very, very, very often. So they're probably the glyphs that appear the most. Maybe the ripple of water appears more often, but anyway, this is a folded cloth seen from the side, like profile, and that stands for the sound S. So you have the N, the S, and the H, nehes. I'm sorry, the N, the H, and the S, nehes. So this is very, very simple. Because then we have biliterals, glyphs that stand for two sounds, or some people call them biconsonants, and then we have triliterals, glyphs that stand for three sounds. Some people call them triconsonants. So this is like, and that's one of the reasons why I encourage people to first learn this. And I wish I knew about this chart of uniliterals when I started. I would have been much further than I am today, because just knowing these uniliterals, you can read names of people and you can read different words. So the Middle Nature is just, I wouldn't say it's difficult, it's different, but the grammar is very precise, very well done. But keep going, brother.
Okay, now out of what you just showed, I knew two of the letters when I looked
Oh,
on the
really?
wall. Yeah, I knew the N and the S. I just didn't know the H. But today
All
I've
right,
learned
okay.
the H. Ain't that
Yes.
something? So I'm getting there, Shaka. You know what I'm saying? It may take me, but you know what, brother Smash, he gave me that same list that he told me to study that right there as well. So both of you guys are consistent in saying that this is the first step.
Well, I wouldn't say it is the first step. Personally, I encourage people to study them. Some people might not see it as fun. Other people would teach different words, like very simple words like sa, which means son, S-O-N, sen, which means brother. And it's like any language that you learn. You have applications, you have softwares, you have books, and they don't all teach the same way. They don't start
Right.
with the same things necessarily. Some might not even, like, if you want to study Greek or Hebrew, they might not even start off with the alphabet. Others will start with the alphabet. I mean, I have this book here, which I think is good. It's not a scholar, but I read so much nice things. Obviously, because of my background, we don't really see it.
Yeah, I can't
But
see it.
it's called Zola's Introduction to Hebrew. That he starts off with the alphabet, with the letters of the alphabet in it, and in the Hebrew you have okay, I'm gonna remove my background just for
What was your
a
interest
few.
in learning Hebrew? So you could see how it correlates with Middle Nature?
Not really, but I'm not gonna expand on that. But so many
Oh,
of
well,
our
hold up.
people.
Was you a Hebrew at one time, Shaka? You ain't telling us.
No,
See,
no.
I'm just
No,
saying, what's going on
no.
here?
I'm actually learning Greek right now.
Okay.
I kind of started I actually started the Hebrew years ago, just like with the Arabic. I had never been a Muslim, but I studied the Arabic back when I was in England, and in France. I took some lessons. So I now know a little some about the Arabic. But hold on, I'm just gonna remove. But no, I never been a Hebrew. I never been a Muslim. I grew up in a Christian family. However, now
Right.
hold on. If I do that, remove, or if I do original, okay. So I'm gonna do this. So in the Hebrew, you have that's the letter bet vet,
Oh,
because if you have a dot, then um it will be better of it depending on the dot in the middle, but the shape is the same. So you have what they call the book print, which is like that. So just like it says on books, that's how it would look like.
Right.
Then you have the manual print, so it's just handwritten, and then you have the cursive. And the funny thing is that I never been to Israel, but many times they stress that the road signs, um, and probably also on newspapers. If you go and do your shopping, it is in cursive. You know what I'm saying? So if people just learn the book print, what it looks like, when it looks nice, once they go to the street with the signs, it's gonna be a difficult task. But the Medu Nature, it looks the same. Now the difference is when you deal with the script that we know as hieratic and demotic.
Yeah, I was just fixing to say, isn't that the same thing that's in the meta nature? Like you have something on the walls, but then you have something that they wrote on the papyrus that's a variation of. So it's like
It's very simple. It's like English speaking world, people tend to write in all caps. But in at least in France, we tend to write like when the words are together like lower caps. I don't know if I make myself clear, but um it's like rather than typing the A, like A B C D or whatever book all in caps, then I do it when the letters are attached. I don't know.
you're talking about cursive writing.
Yeah, cursive, if you will, cursive writing. If I put cursive writing.
So if you do cursive writing, yeah, everything is connected.
Yeah, exactly. Where everything is connected, that's it. So like here.
Yeah, see, we
Like
had to
here.
learn cursive writing. We started off with
Oh,
alphabet
that's a video.
with the regular print writing, and then when you get to about the 5th grade, they teach you cursive writing.
Well, we learned cursive writing from the get go.
Really?
Yeah. We and I
So
mean,
y'all don't have like a print type of writing?
hold on.
Like separated, like A, B, C,
No,
like
we
you
we
see the.
do, but if you know the cursive writing, or how do you call it? You call it cursive writing, right?
Yeah, with the connection, the
Like this
cursive,
way.
yeah, like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's how we learn from the get go. If you know that way, the like when it's separated, it's just easy. It's like it's. But somebody that has a different script, like somebody that has the Arabic script, whether it is in Iran because they use the Arabic script, even though their language is not the Arabic, and I think in Pakistan as well, the Urdu is written with the Arabic script. So if someone has a different script, it's going to be way easier for them to read, when it's like in and when I say all caps, I mean when the letters are not attached, when they are not connected. You see,
Right.
it's going to be way easier for them to read it when it's not connected rather than when it is connected. Just like if you study, like if you learn Arabic, the Egyptian Arabic, the Egyptian, they have that script or calligraphy, which is particular to them, and I struggle with it. But anyway, I don't want to be too long winded with that. But the hieratic is kind of like as if it's all connected. It's like, but it's just the same
And
language.
so you say you struggle with it based on how you learned to write in France? I mean, or
No, just the Arabic. Like for example, if I put like okay, I'm gonna put Arabic. Go to images. Yeah, that script here is probably the most famous script. It has a name, but I don't really know all the names, all this stuff by heart. But that script has a name. Now, if I put Egyptian Arabic, you got to see the difference. The difference. Egyptian Arabic. No, they don't have it there. Okay. I'm gonna put Egyptian calligraphy. Every time you look for something, I'm gonna put
yeah,
Egyptian
they're gonna
Arabic
make it hard for
calligraphy.
you, Shaka. You
Yeah.
might want they ain't stuff that you really need. They ain't gonna put it right in your face. That's what I noticed about what's going on.
Yeah. Okay, well,
They
I'm gonna go on like an Egyptian website.
yeah, they
Uh,
got you looking kind of crazy, like you don't know
yeah,
what you don't know what you talking about, but you know what you're
uh,
talking about. It just maybe the
Egyptian.
way you searching for it.
Yeah. Um,
That look like
yeah,
it
that's it.
is.
That's it. Like, this is like bold. You know, there's
Huh.
another one that's not that bold. That one. See the way it's written there? It's
Wow.
really different than the other script that I have shown. Now, I'm sure in the Arabic world they're not really struggling, but but for someone that doesn't deal with that script, the Arabic script, it's a bit of a challenge.
So okay, now you're saying you're calling this Egyptian Arabic, right?
No, not Egyptian Arabic. It's really an Egypt. I mean, we can look up the name. It has a name.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, like you said, you
It's
have
the
a problem with that particular script, but not the other one, right?
well, it's really the calligraphy. Like if I put Arabic calligraphy, there'll surely be an entry on Wikipedia. Uh, Arabic calligraphy. Uh, would they mention like the one that I've shown you? I think the name starts with a K. Hold on.
Now, I don't want to get you sidetracked. I just want to know which one was those two different strips, or what
Hold
was
on.
the differentiation of them, and what
Calligraphy. Well, it's just the shape. Hold on. Calligraphy.
But it's
No, calligraphy.
basically the same text.
Oh, it's the same letters. They just have different shapes. So that's what we call
So you're saying
calligraphy.
basically different writing styles.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what? And they have that. Some people write here, and if they write in cursive, it's hard for you to understand it. But some people's cursive you can understand. So it's just based on how people write.
Yes. Well, I don't have it there, but I think people get an idea of what I'm talking about. But like this is ninth century Quran. Ninth century Quran. It's an early Kufic example. Many people will not be able to read that. You know what I'm saying? So it has evolved. But I think yeah, Kufic. I think the script that's the easiest. Is it Kufic? Oh, never mind. But anyway, just a really quick thing. But anyway, you wanted to share. Is it the one that you've shared in the chat? The one about Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
Okay, so
It has timestamps, and you could either, you could work that out because I put all the
yeah.
text on there.
So
But
I'm
at the
gonna read it.
44-minute mark, he starts to just break down why the temples of both Elephantine and Waset, Thebes, Luxor, was oriented to the south. He has an accent, but
Yeah, I'm
that
gonna
was the
play it.
first. That was the first time I heard anything about it, and someone breaking down its significance. Now you can see how old this video is.
Yeah, it's the VHS era. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's
so
like
you could tell. So what the reason why I brought this up is because they call us Afrocentrics, but then you got Timothy, the Dr. Timothy confirming in 2022 what Dr. Ben said in 1990.
I wouldn't use the term confirming, but it leads in a similar direction indeed. But there's surely so much more body of work, and a lot of us are not familiar with those work. I mean, some of us feel like like I don't want to say any names. Somebody say, I don't care what the humans say. I don't want to know what the European is saying. Scholarship doesn't have any color, but you and others can, if you want to, it's not an obligation, learn the language and make your contribution. Because what Netaneb shows, what Osaimka shows, what Smash Rockwell shows, and what I show as well is basically the text. The I don't want to say the corpus, but we go directly to the text. And contrary to other people who will quote the TLA and leave out some part, leave out the black, we try to be fair. We try to be honest with what we present to the people.
Right.
And other people are familiar with this different languages spoken in Nubia, and they're trying to to show the correlation just like with other African languages. But we can definitely get some clarity if we go to the text. So me learning the Hebrew is to get some clarity about our people who's trapped into this trap. Okay, our people who are believers in this Abrahamic system, and the Greek will help me with the Coptic ultimately. And because I'm interested in the early history of Christianity as well, so I'm dealing with the Greek. But there's some other languages also that I'm interested in. But what I can do is I can play it because I have the timestamp. So I have the one that's 8:05 and the other one that's 44 minutes. So do you want me to play it now?
If you don't, I mean, it's up to you. But
Yeah,
the
I
805,
have
the
time.
805 mark is just he's just talking about the fluctuation of Kemet and Cush's borders.
Mhm.
I thought that it was interesting because he said the original. Well, I don't know how Dr. Ben comes up with this, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere where he read that he was saying Aswet was the original border of something. Maybe you want to let them play it out. That wasn't
Yeah.
really what I was interested in that because I
You,
have
you
the
you're more
actual.
interested with the 44 minutes mark, are you?
Yeah. So
Well, you know what? I can play both. You have a bit of time?
yeah, I
Yeah,
have
okay.
time.
So yeah, so I can play both. So I'm gonna play the first time stamp and I eventually stop at one point when I feel like okay, he made his point. So 8:05.
Hold on, Shaka, and after you play that portion of it, I'm gonna send another link to so
Okay.
we could look at where because we're visuals people,
Mhm.
so I want to look at the distance that he's talking about as far as the original borders, and maybe you can give some commentary on what your thoughts is. I wonder how did he come up to this, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to listen to what he says here.
Well, you know what? Just so that people can get the idea, I'm gonna show the distance first, and then I'll play the stuff. So that's the link that you shared to me. So this is the distance between Asyut and Aswan.
Yes.
It's 383 kilometers. The air travel distance is equal to 238 miles. So just to give you an idea, you see,
So
you have the
he's
continent.
saying that north right there, that northern dot, that was where the border originally was for Nubia.
Well, we can listen and see exactly what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay.
see if I'm misinterpreting what he's saying,
Mm, mm. So let me
or
just go
maybe
back to
he's saying lower Egypt, but yeah, he says something to that effect.
yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Now this one here. Okay. So I almost forgot the most important. I'm gonna share the link in the chat. So share the link. That's the title. That's the link. Everybody that catches this video later can follow along. Now, remember, brothers and sisters, after a live stream, you might not have the chat immediately. Sometimes it takes a few minutes or a couple of hours, but ultimately, whenever there's a live stream, the chat, maybe some people disable the chat, but I don't disable the chat. So the chat will ultimately appear, but not always immediately after the live. Sometimes right after the live stream, you have the chat, but sometimes you might not have it. So here I've shared the video and the title in the chat. And now let me play it. And I'm at minute 8 and second 06.
Until as late as the 1500, that Egypt, the same Egypt that we are talking about, became extended to what is now called Aswan, S1 or Senusset or Senort, as it was called. It was 1500 before the Common Era that Egypt took over Nubia from a place now still called Asyut, deep into the southern part of Egypt was the northernmost part of Sudan or Aswan, or Nubia. Go back again. If you are accustomed to Egypt and you are in Luxor, you must travel north. That means going down the Nile to at least 200 miles north to come to Asyut. You draw a horizontal line parallel to the equator and run it across Egypt, and that where Nubia up until 1500, which will bring us into the 18th dynasty. That was still Nubia.
You hear what he said, Shaka? See, man, hold on. I need your input right here. What the hell?
Dynastic Egypt. And again, that's what we have overlooked in our Greek mythology, in our Greek training, in our European education. The 18th dynasty, or 1500 and thereabout, bring us at a period of time when
I was away, so I'm gonna go back.
to come to a suet. You draw a horizontal line parallel to the equator.
Did you hear what he said?
Up until 1500, which will bring us into the 18th dynasty. That was still Nubia.
You hear what he said?
Well, he just said it
He
was still
said
Nubia in the
that
18th dynasty.
Nubia's border was as far as Aswet up until the 18th dynasty, which is the 1500 BCE. He's saying that was Nubia's border, as far as the town called Aswet right now. So if you pull up that map, hold up, that map that I showed you, that's where Aswet, because I pulled it up. That was what I. So he's saying that used to be Nubia's border up until the 18th dynasty. Now, I don't understand, so I'm trying to figure out what you guys think about that as people that maybe can do further research. You know, that's just some homework that I think you guys, because maybe some confirmation, maybe something like Reggie or somebody that can look into this, because that's a major, accusation that Nubia's border was that far north up until that point. And I was wondering, have you heard anything of that, of anything like that?
I'm looking for a page of that book.
Let me mute out.
Yeah. The borders change over time. Now there's this book here. This is French. I showed it before. It shows many texts from Kemet. Michel Desoudex, Lettres Égyptiennes. That's volume 1. There's 4 volumes, and here we could see for a little while, but we can't anymore. I don't want to keep removing my. Okay, I'll do it anyway. We have time.
Yeah, I was over here talking. I had my mic on mute, but I was saying if you lean it to the side, I think it may work better. Okay, now I see it.
The darker part is actually Kush. And if you look here, is the Nile Valley after the reign of Yames II. So Sais is here, but the border is around here, the second cataract. Now, after the reign of Amenhotep I, Sais is here, and it's almost to the third cataract. They went deeper in, so the territory of Kemet became larger, and the territory of Kush became smaller. So it has not always been the same location for the border.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that part. But what I was talking about, what Dr. Ben has said, was that the border for Nubia from the beginning, he's talking about the inception of it, was that far north. And he's saying that, from what I'm understanding, that it was that way all the way up until the 18th dynasty. And he's saying that's when Egypt pushed it down. That's what he's saying.
Well, you know.
So you got to understand and put it in context what he's saying. He's saying that the border got pushed down after the 18th dynasty. That's when they pushed it down to what we see today is right there in the Aswanian area. I don't know.
Well, I'm
if
a little
you've
bit.
ever heard that, but everybody has their different hypotheses. I just wonder where Dr. Bean gets that from. I'm pretty sure he has to have gotten it from somewhere. Hopefully he just didn't make that up. But
well, I don't know. I mean, one thing with him that many people say all the time is his quote about "We come from the foothill of the Nile, where the god Happy dwells," allegedly from the papyrus of Hunefer. Many people have pointed out that it's not what he says in the papyrus of Hunefer. So, unless he states where he gets that from in that lecture, we'll never know.
Okay, but hold on. This is what I from my research on what he said. There is such a place named the foothills of the mountain of the moon. It is a such place that was named that from ancient times. Now, where he got that story from, it wasn't in the actual papyrus, but I did find that was an ancient thing that people in Africa called
it. And where is that?
See, I would have to go through my notes and find. I can definitely find it for you.
But that's not Medu Nature, right? It's another. It's not.
It actually came from some. See, I would have to look into that, Shaka. I don't know how I could find it, because you kind of put me on the spot. But I definitely looked into it extensively enough to know that this is actually something that was said in ancient times. When Europeans first got that far south, that was something that they had noted that the people were saying that they could. I'd have to look, but you can go ahead and maybe I'll look and see if I can find it down. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go this time to the 44 minutes mark. 44 minutes this time.
From here. You see what's happening all the time? It is going to be the same series, it is going to be the same. So the African knew that when he stood at this position, and that's why I know that Nubia was the mother. Because when I go to the temple at Sinot, and the island, the tip of the island of Elephantine, what it's called Elephantine these days, Sinot. And I dig and find how the Nubians, when I look at Sinot, the temple of Sinot, most of the temples are rectangular. Most of the temples have their Holy of Holies. Let's do this. Most of the temples have their Holy of Holies here. The temple of Sinat, the Holy of Holies, face here. Face south. From where the source came. Let's take the Nile. This is north, this is south, this is east, and this is west. Huh? Why did they put their temple face south? Let us go to another major temple. Let us go to the temple of the great northern temple, which is now called Karnak, which was called Warit. Where Warit? Here we are. Here is the symbolic. I'm going to put Cairo here, but it doesn't belong here. Cairo doesn't come until the 12th century of the Common Era, when Saladin, the Arab, established a little city called Fustat, F-U-S-T-A-T, which is today called Cairo. As a matter of fact, there's an old part still called Fustat by anybody who knows the history. But let's take Fustat will be here, or Cairo. And I only use it for references, not an ancient city. Well, we put Fustat there. So therefore, we know this is at the west side. It is here, over here, that the pyramid field is, and the west bank. Whether it is the Giza pyramid field, Asubeh, Absor, any of the pyramid fields. Saqqara, any of them. They're over there. Let us take now the great temple of, here is the Nile, here is the east, the east side of the Nile. The west side of the Nile is the burial grounds. We are talking now about the Valley of the Kings, etc. Over here, a little way in from the Nile, the Luxor temple is closer to the Nile, but the Luxor temple, which is the Waset temple, later called Thebes, presently called Luxor. This temple that we're talking about runs in the direction of the Nile? No, it runs this way. The temple of Waset, of Karnak or Warit. And the temple this temple has right here, it's Holy of Holy and its altar to the west, contrary to the later temples. Why? The temple in the great temple of Ramesses II is here, looking this way. But the temple of Ramesses II, looking this way, the Holy of Holies is here, looking to the north. As we enter the gate to this temple, the temple, within the temple now, we're talking of temples, for those of you who have been there, temples within a temple. The temple of Amun, the husband of Mut. We go on again. Amun, God Amun, the wife is Mut. The temple of Amun is here, runs this way. Where is the Holy of Holies? Here, south. And where did God Amun came from? South. Ra and Amun both came from the south. Why would the ancients of Egypt take their gods from the south? Why is it that their mythology speak of the first king that rose to the rank of Pharaoh, head of the great house, Pharaoh, was from the south? The south is Luxor. We just said it, Luxor. Using today's name. That is where Naaman and Aha, all of the ancient, the earliest pharaohs came from the south. The most important pharaohs came from the south. The Amenhotep family did not move their residence until the son, Akhenaten, Amenhotep III, moved the residence to the north. But why didn't Akhenaten maintain? What did Akhenaten do to change the whole concept, trying to get away from Amun? He moved the concept. Yes, he did the right thing. He introduced the concept, reintroduced the concept of Amun Ra. Before it would become Amun Ra, it is Amun Ra. In the north, it was changed to what? Amen Ra. Amun Ra had become Amen. And after Amen Ra, after Scorpion, the king Scorpion was defeated by the king Nama, also called Mena. The Greek came later and called him Menes. It is then it became Amen Ra.
You on mute, Shaka.
Yeah, thank you. I did mute you because I could hear you were clicking, looking for stuff. I've received the link you sent in the private chat, but it says that it's like a mythical region. There's no mention of any text, so there's not really a need for me to go through that. Um, but if you come across any text, from Kemet, feel free. Um, I'm not really following well what Dr. Ben was trying to say at the end. Amen Ra, and he talked about the Scorpion King and Nama. I think they combine Amen and Ra way later, but I get an idea of what it's saying. And like you were saying, Pan African James, so far, because of course we did not listen to the full video, but his argument is the direction in which some temples or some parts of the temple are facing, towards the south. So um it might not be solid enough, but that's one of the many things that that can be stated, because once again in the Oxford the History of Ancient Egypt, there is a mention, and I might have the quote somewhere, but there's a mention. Actually, I can look for it. Actually, I might be able to find it. When people were buried, they were facing towards the south. If I put facing, oh, there it is. So uh, I'm gonna open it.
So
Oh, you know what?
who are you referring to that was buried facing south?
Well, I'm gonna read directly.
Okay.
Um, well, when I put it, however, I'm gonna use Google Docs. So Google
Yeah, but
Docs.
if you put it in context to what the doctor, what the European doctor was saying, it means it's no way that Dr. Ben could be even talking about something like that without even having any type of source reference of that being the case. Like why is he talking about those temples being to the south? And then Dr. Timothy Kimmel was saying the same thing in 2022, based on the Jebel Barkle connection. And then that particular tomb, that particular temple that he was saying that was in Karnak, he also said that the temple of Amun faced south. That's what Dr. Ben was he was saying.
Well, we cannot presume, if we don't know what the reference was, and we just don't know. We can
Hold on,
presume
hold on,
that
hold on, hold on, hold on, Shaka. Let me be clear, because I don't think maybe you understand. Dr. Ben actually went to those temples. That's how he knows which way the temples face. That's why he's making reference to the temple of Amun facing south in the whole complex of Luxor, because as many temples inside of that old, because of the
I'm
data.
not disputing that, though. I'm not
Okay.
disputing that, because I'm very well aware that he went to Kemet. He's very familiar. I mean, he's been taking people back when Ashur Kwesi was a Muslim,
Okay.
and Ashur Kwesi, when he went there, probably the first time, uh, he was like, okay, I'm gonna change.
Right.
But now Ashur Kwesi has been taking people to Kemet for probably 40 years now. So um all I was trying to say is that maybe that's not sufficient to argue the fact that it was facing south. Maybe it's not sufficient to argue some sort of relationship or origin of the people who were further south. But here, for that's the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt, and it says the most important is the cemetery at Gebel Sahaba, where 59 skeletons were excavated. Each of them was in a semi-contracted position on the left side of the body, with the head to the east facing south. Later on, we have another quote that says the body of a woman aged about 40 was buried in a slightly contracted position on the left side, head to the east facing south. Then we have another quote that says, despite the existence of some excavated settlement sites, the Badarian cultures, mainly known from cemeteries in the low desert, all graves are simple pit burials, often incorporating a mat on which the body was placed. Bodies are normally in a loosely contracted position on the left side, head to the south, looking west. And finally, last quote, In general, the Amrathian dead were buried in simple oval pits in a contracted position, lying on the left side with the head pointing south, looking towards the west. So here we just have, some quote that says, when they were buried, they were facing south. So uh, that might be one of the many clues that we can argue for some southern origin.
No, you talking about based on just the burial?
Yes, but once again, it's one of the many arguments that can be used. We cannot just say, okay, because they were facing south, that means they were from the south. That would be a bit of a shortcut.
Well, Timothy, Wendell says the same exact thing. That's what I was trying to bring into
Yeah,
light.
among many other things.
Right.
But then,
So no, he was saying. So when what he was saying was when they built the temple of Amun, they built it that way because of Jebel Barkal. That's what Timothy Wendell was saying.
Mhm.
So I was like, well, ain't that? I said I was saying that the correlation in what he was saying and what Dr. Ben was saying earlier, kind of that's kind of too much of a coincidence for me. But I get what you're saying. For some reason, like a lot of people like to be conservative in their analysis, so I get it.
Mhm. Well, it's conservative. You can use that word, or we can use the word, being careful. Um, Over the years, like earlier, we had an example, and the brother, I suspect he will not address that again because I'm used to that. Many times people make certain claims, and when you ask them for reference about the claim, then rather than say, okay, well, I was wrong about this claim, or I misquoted, I misparaphrased, they will just not address it. Just like all the people that I've met in the street, the Jehovah's Witness and other Christians of different denomination who said that there's some records of Jesus during his lifetime. And I'm like, all right, can you let me know? Can you? Yeah. And then when they see me again in the street, they act like they don't see. They don't see me. They look the other way. Um, so over the years, I'm so used to uh, many of our people making claims that cannot be substantiated, and I'm trying to make sure that we avoid that as much as possible because we already have the stigma of us being Afrocentric. That's one thing that's used against us. And me, I like to say, okay, I'm faith or fact centric. You know, if I'm talking about black Egyptians, it's not because I feel like I'm African centered or Afrocentric. It's because this is what the data allows me to say.
Correct.
You know.
Yeah, that's definitely the same page I'm on, but it's too much. For me, it's too much evidence pointing in certain direction to where I don't have to be for my own personal stance. I don't have to be as so tiptoey about what I say. Like for me, it's I'm on the other spectrum of the situation that if someone calls me Afrocentric, it does not bother me because I know that they're doing that out of ignorance. They're doing that from a European mindset. And see, that's how I flip what they're doing on them. So it's just wordplay. So they're going to try to do whatever they can to fight against because of maybe many prejudice. Now you have people that's African Americans or African, but they're already so deeply indoctrinated with a certain mindset that they will attack you just to stay comfortable in what they're indoctrinated with. So I don't really, you know what I'm saying? We have to have thicker skin when we understand what the diagnosis of their sickness is, to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't really get caught up when they say that because I understand from which they say it from. You know what I mean?
I
I know why
understand.
they're saying what they're saying
I understand what
because
you're
of
saying.
historical ignorance is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not losing sleep over them
Right.
using that term, but however, if we can avoid some labels, it's basically I don't want to say trying to adapt, but basically trying to give them as little leeway as possible, and just trying to be as scientific as possible as well.
Definitely.
And I'm very happy because this uh, um how did I tie to the ancient black ancient Egyptians? I think it's yes, black ancient Egyptians. Basically, There's two parts. I'm very happy, and this guy, he took some nice pictures, So there we have it, because it's something I've thought about for a long time, and I wanted to go through my videos from different museums, and actually I think I even started a page on my website, but there we have it, we have it, because a lot of time people act like Amenhotep the third, we will pick that one or the one that's in the Louvre Museum, and there it is. But there's just so many. So just with the album of one guy who took pictures from a tomb, we just have so many. There's a guy, the chief dude, who's like, when I showed him I'm in the top 30, he said, if you can show me 10 of 10 like him, then then we'll see. The last time when I did Black Ancient Black Egyptians Part 2, he went in the chat and said, "Oh, that's too much cherry picking for me. I'm out." You know. So
Right.
first he's asking for something, and then when you deliver, oh, that's too much cherry picking, and he bounce. Sometimes people just want to run away from reality.
Yeah.
But mhm.
Yeah. See, he's a prime example of what I'm talking about. You can see, I like sometimes people have an agenda. I don't know what their agendas are,
Yeah.
but you can
Mhm.
see it's an agenda based on argument that I really don't have time for. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? Because time is really valuable for all of us.
Yeah.
So when you take things that seriously, um, things that I would take as a younger person, I'm more mature now to have an understanding of why people do what they do. If I look into them really well from a real, it's going to always be something that's going to lead me to the reasoning as to why they don't want to accept the truth about the chronology of African history. And that's just pretty much, see, what I call myself, people say they're an atheist or something like that. I call myself a chronologist because the only thing I'm interested in is the chronology of history. And that's what Dr. Ben them kind of put us on. Okay, only thing we want to find out is the first documentation of what was written, and then you take it outward. You don't see, they gave us, see, as a Christian, when I was a Christian, they started us off with Adam and Eve in the Bible. But then once you find out that is just a part of history, not saying that you have to totally discard it, you could just put it in context of where it is in history. And then that's what I think that as African people, we would be better off because that's somebody else's book, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying? So we could find out without the demonization of what the African history is. Because if you look at when they say stolen history or they say hidden history, what they mean is when you look into the Bible, the demonization of Kemet or Egypt is prevalent in that book. They're telling you they enslaved Moses, that they did this and they did that, and they enslaved their people. So if you're thinking that you're a part of the Jesus crew, right? In this little fictionary book that they wrote, then you will discard Pharaoh. When you listen to our people talk, they say Pharaoh did this to Jesus and Moses. You see what I'm saying? So they'll look at that part of the history with a negative light. And what I'm trying to do is to get our people to look at it in its totality and understand that that was something that somebody else provided for us to read and gave us a context on. If that makes sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense to me, and it's a reality. And I've stated the same as well many times in the Quran as well. Pharaoh, uh, so many times his name is mentioned. It's like it's so negative all the time. Fir'an, and in the Bible, of course, and we even have songs, "Let my people go" and stuff like that. So one thing interesting is you mentioned, this is their book, and even when we thinking about their book, you talked about chronology. I mean, there's some literature here and there from stories that they compiled. Well, what we know as the Old Testament, and then they added the New Testament, and now we know it as one book. You know what I'm saying? And it's if we read the scholars, not people who say that they studied the biblical history for 30 years, starting when they were 9 years old. I'm talking about people who studied, who had formal training, like Dr. Bart Ehrman. Then it becomes clearer, and people fail to realize the fact that the sources, the J source and stuff like that, there's like 3 or 4 letters that stand for different sources. from the words used and different names used for God, they figured out, okay, we had a particular uh, author or group of author. So there was some, and I'm really making it uh, extremely simple. It's like there was some competition, you know. And people have to remember, for those who have read the Old Testament, there's a part where it says, okay, somebody found a scroll in the temple about some law that was not observed, and then the king said, "Oh, snap! We're not observing that law. From now on, we're gonna observe that law." It's them, putting their worldview, putting their philosophy in the mix. You know, so we have so many stories historically. The majority is not attested. You know, let alone the historicity of the patriarchs and the prophets. But the difference with Kemet, we do have mythology indeed. I don't concentrate too much on the mythology, but we have attestation for those rulers. Not only the rulers, their wives, their sons, people in the army, people in the administration, workers. I mean, we have a whole settlements of workers with their artifacts, to the point where, once again, in that book here, Egyptian hieroglyphs, uh, pocket guide to ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs by Dr. Richard Parkinson. I think it's on page 90 or something. The Ostraka. No, it's not page 90. It's page 7. Hold on. I want people to hear. I've quoted that before, but yeah, page 78. He says one of these notes is a list of who was of work from the work gang in the year 40 of Ramesses II. Ramesses II is often believed to be the pharaoh of the Exodus. So that's 1250 BC. We know that one man called Penub, spelled Pennub, was off one day because his mother was ill, while another called Penduau, here they wrote it Penduauuu, was off because he was drinking with Khonsu. Khonsu is spelled Khonsu. Their names are written from right to left in a column down the right with the dates they were off work. Their excuses are written above in red ink. Red ink is often used to highlight certain words. A papyrus tells how these workers went on strike because they had not received their wages on time. And here you have a flake of limestone from Kenher Kepchef's village with a list of absences from work. So this is the artifact here where we have the text talking about people who are off work. So if we compare the tale of the Exodus story about people being enslaved, forced to work and stuff like that, and many people think that ancient Egypt was like a slave society, a bit like Rome was, because some people say that, the majority of the inhabitants of Rome were slaves. But when we look at the reality, one guy was off work because his mother was ill. Another guy was off work because he had been drinking with his friend Kunsu. And I was like, so we are far from the narrative of this slave society or enslaving society.
But
And
Shaka,
mhm,
what's sad about what you just said, right, is these, because of their indoctrination, that can be explained away by belief. So they'll say, I don't
but
even believe you can read that. See, this is how simple this argument with certain people is going to be. See,
Yeah,
like, so that's a chief X narrative. He'll just explain it away by saying, "Man, you whatever they found, they can't even read that." So that'll be explained away that way. So I'm just saying, it's the situation that we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about from which we come. We come from an indoctrination of that being the case.
Yeah, I agree.
Like on Easter here in America, they show the 10 Commandments every time. They never fail, right?
Yeah.
And have you seen that? Do
Yeah,
they do that? Do they do that in France? Do they show the 10 Commandments?
I don't know if they do that every Easter, but I've seen it more than once as a child growing up.
Man, I'm telling you, it's a beautiful. It's like a comedy.
Charleston Heston, that one.
Yeah, that one. So it's a comedy, right? Once you find out the truth, right? Because you looking at because then you get familiar with the names and the story. So when it first come on, they like, this is SETI, and we like, what? You know what I'm saying? We thinking that they just made this up as Americans that don't know our history. When that comes on, we thinking that SETI is just some made up guy. We never really pay attention to the name. Like Ramesses, we don't think that that's a real person. And if then what's because of the imagery trick that they're playing on you, we think that if Ramesses is a real person or if SETI's a real person, he's a European. This is what we're thinking. And then later on throughout the picture, they will show some Nubians, but they will show the Nubians coming in with tribute, right? Look, Father, there's the Nubians. So to me, once I found my history out and I look at that, I promise I try not to miss it every year because it's comical to me at this point. It's
I mean, if we had the pictures of Nubians bringing tributes, we have the pictures of that. But the things that indeed the rulers, the pharaohs that are portrayed in those movies, they are like Caucasoids.
Yeah, the whole ruling class.
Yeah, and that's not in agreement. That's not matching with the records and the paintings that we have. But going back to what you said when somebody would say, "Well, I just don't believe you can read that." Now, if people have that Walter Williams mentality, fine, but it's strange that they would talk about ancient Egyptian history because Walter Williams talk a lot about what was going on in Egypt. And I'm like, where does he get that from if we don't get that from the text? Exactly. So there's some huge inconsistency, But you mentioned about faith or belief. You mentioned belief. Christians, at least, that's the number one thing that they go by. Muslims go by it a lot as well, but they love to highlight the fact, their claim that their book has been unchanged and that it has remained the same ever since, even though we have some hadith that talks about some lost verses or verses
that were taken out,
abrogated. Yes, So, a lot of them indeed they would talk about faith and belief, and that's it. So that's one of the reasons why over the years I've been stressing how people who are trapped into the Abrahamic belief system, uh, they were not. How can I say it in a political manner before I put Nyame on? Believing is not knowing. Let me put it this way: believing is not knowing. So there's a term for someone who doesn't know. I'm not going to use it because I want to be different about it. But let's introduce our brother Nyame. Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, Mod and Power, brother Pan African James and brother Shaka.
Peace, brother.
Peace, brother.
No, you guys can keep building. I come in on the tail end. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. But feel free to add on.
I just wanted to add on. Yeah, mostly even when you talk to the Christian scholars, it's basically their faith, and they're lying. The stuff that they proclaim, you have to believe it. But the way they try to put it is that there's truth there. But it all starts with a belief. You have to first believe. And instead of them just saying, look, this is a belief, we have some evidence, but it's mostly a belief. It's substantiated by belief. then we don't have an argument because we can't argue somebody's faith and somebody's belief. But they
Correct.
try to go into history, they try to use facts, they try to use evidence, and that's where the problem comes in at.
Agreed.
But the Christian scholars, it's a bit more interesting when you dialogue with them because, like you said, uh, their main, I don't want to say premise, but they have their own personal belief. But however, they will use data, archaeology, and say we have evidence of this, we have evidence of that. This is the document, blah 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 blah. But when it comes to their patriarchs, for example, the historicity of the patriarchs, for the most part, we don't have anything. You know, from Abraham to Jesus, including Jesus. So of course they will usually say we have Josephus, Flavius Josephus, we have Tacitus, we have all these people who wrote after his lifetime. But um, yeah, that's one issue: the belief, the faith. You know, believing is not knowing, and that's the situation, and we have to deal with it. We have to deal with it, and we are in a minority. These Abrahamic believers, they are. I don't want to say the majority, but they
They're the
there's a
majority. Then let's go ahead and just keep it real.
Yeah.
But check this out. Check it out. So I
no,
can
no,
check.
no, no. I wouldn't say that because people say there's a billion Christians and a billion Muslims, so that's 2 billion, and I think we have 6 billion people on the planet Earth. So that's why I wouldn't say they are the majority, but they
No,
are a majority.
I think there's a billion Catholics.
I think when they say there's a billion Christians, they include the Catholic. I don't think we have a
Oh,
billion.
okay.
I don't think we have a billion Catholic and a billion Christian. I don't think so. But somebody can correct me if I'm
Okay, I could be wrong.
wrong.
Yeah, what you dealing with, like you know, just even you were just dealing with the actual historicity of the characters in the Bible. Well, let's just deal with and just do with just logic. So if these people were ancient people, and where they say who's the Abraham is the origins of their whole mythology, right? So where
Yeah,
he comes from, I think where is or where
yeah,
is
yeah, or Chaldea.
okay, so peep this out. So what year was they writing in? Wasn't they writing before the people in Egypt? So they claim.
Some people
Yeah. Hold
argue.
up. Let's just go with what they're saying, Shaka. They
Well,
said that the
it,
people in Mesopotamia was writing before Egypt, right?
some of them say that
Hold up. Let's just give them that. Let's just go ahead and let them have it. So if they was writing where Abraham came from, do they have any writings of Abraham in their language?
well, not to my knowledge, but
See what I'm saying? That does not make sense. If you was already writing, y'all would have had a writing script when Moses came down there. He would have been writing in cuneiform, wouldn't he?
no, no, we cannot say that because according to the narrative, Moses was in Egypt. That's where he was
Ain't
born,
that
where
convenient?
and yeah, and then where he grew up.
Okay, so
But
where was Abraham at?
well, Abraham is said to come from the area of Chaldea, or
Okay,
uh,
so based on the dating that they give for Abraham and the dating that they give for writing, is that in the same time frame of his existence?
but his existence will be around 2000 BCE.
Right.
But people vary, with the dates, but more or less around that period. And if they claim that writing was Mesopotamia before Egypt, it means that it was like probably like 3500 or maybe 4000 BC. So that will be like a good at least 1000 years before the lifetime of Abraham. But at the end of the day, they might just come up with a gang of excuses to well, we don't have writing for Abraham at that time period, but later on
Trust me,
we
Shaka,
have
I'm
it.
asking you these questions. I already
Yeah.
looked it up. I
But
already looked through all of this to see what was going on because once I found out that they said they was writing before the Egyptians, I heard somebody else suppose that, and so I went and looked into it, and they don't have any evidence of anybody from Ur or wherever he's from writing, but they do mention somebody named Abraham from a different location and at a different time period. So they're saying that it doesn't match up. Just like you're saying he's around 2000 BC, the Abraham that they're mentioning is not in the same time period. So go ahead, brother. Peace.
What do you know the time period of that other Abraham that they're talking about?
I'd have to go look it up.
Yeah.
But I was researching it maybe about a month ago.
I just want to, if we look at the Bible and we're talking about evidence, I mean, we're supposed to be talking about historians and archaeologists and scientists. If you just look at the evidence for the Bible, how far back does the evidence go? I mean, the exact evidence takes you to the Hellenistic period. And you have some historians that said, oh, it could have been 1000 BC or 1200 BC without any evidence. You know, they try to cite textual criticism, but I always say they don't do that for no other writing. Like Manetho say, the King's List goes back to what, 30,000 BC? But nobody would take that seriously from Manetho. But it's the same type of claims that the Bible is making of this long history without the evidence supporting the history. So you have colleges making these claims without the rigorous scientific studies to validate what they're saying, how old the Bible is and how old these writings are. We only have texts in the Hellenistic period. So if we only have text, original text from the Hellenistic period, how far behind that could it really go? If you would have had a great work like the Bible is like a library back in ancient time. You would have had commentary from other cultures saying, man, these people from Israel have this work. Let's look at it. You would have had cuneiform writings mention it. Probably somebody from Kemet mentioned. You would have had something, but we don't have any of those type of commentaries on this writing until the Hellenistic period. So that's where the focus should be on the text. Why is the historians going back 1,000 years before then? Only because they believe. And we
Well,
go back to belief.
I think if they mention 1,000 years BC, that's around the time of the so-called Hebrew language or the Canaanite dialect that is labeled as the Hebrew language. When it comes to the writing, that's about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about the time period, the most ancient time period of it. You might find some text, some fragments here and there that might be before the Hellenistic period, but that would be like some very short texts. You don't, like, for example, have the Old Testament, like, because like it has been stated many times that the oldest Old Testament is I think Codex Vaticanus, which is a slightly older than the Septuagint, and that's in Greek, you know. So they might have fragments here and there, most likely in Aramaic and maybe some sort of Hebrew or Canaanite dialect script, but that's nothing. I don't know if I should say substantial or significant, but it's to make the long story short, the oldest Old Testament, if I'm not mistaken, that's a Codex Vaticanus.
Right. I understand that there's older fragments, like they talk about the silver scroll with the Aharonic blessing on it. Hear, O Israel, our God is one, or Yahweh is one. But that's a little scroll. It's an amulet. But that doesn't prove the text.
Yeah.
That proves there might have been a prayer like that in those times in 700 BC. But I believe it was a totally different belief system. You might have had Yahweh, but you had Asherah, you had other gods, you had El and Baal, all part of the same spiritual system.
Yeah, but when we go to museums, that's what we see. That's what we see. Now the Louvre Museum, on Wikipedia, I think they say it's the most visited museum in the world, and I mean, we have, artifacts in the mentioned Baal, and I mean, even in the Misha Stela, I filmed the Misha Stela. I mean, I can share it, Hold on. Because a lot of people talk about the Misha Stela, to try to give some legitimacy to the text. Now, it's also known as the Moabite stone. Oh, hold on, I have the advert. Let's have a look together. It's only 3 minutes 50, so I'm gonna share the link in the chat, and you will see what other deity they are talking about. So in the chat is oh, there it is.
Hotep, chacun du Kemet, Louvre Museum, Paris, France. This is the Mesha Stela, also known as the Moabite stone. It is one of the oldest reference of Israel. For those who don't know, there's something known as the Merneptah Stela, where they claim that the name Israel is written, and I've shown and proven that it is not the case. And you need to watch Introduction to Kemet in order to see the breakdown of the hieroglyphic, otherwise known as Meduneta. This one is dated from the 800 BC, and Mesha is the king of Moab, and he's commemorating his victory on the kings of Israel of the dynasty of Omri. And well, first of all, the reference is there, AO5066. There's a few interesting things for the record. Unfortunately, as you can see, it's not bright in this room. I'm going to read a few of it. It says that it's in Phoenician language. Now, I'm looking just for the key stuff to read. So it says, it is me, Mesha, son of Kamosh, king of Moab. He said that his father ruled Moab for 30 years, and that he ruled after his father. He says that he said, I have built this sanctuary for Kamosh of Keri Hor. Now, later on, we have a few.
Um, before I continue to let it play, Kamosh is a god because
Yeah, I was needing a breakdown on that
does
topic. I'm
it
glad
say
you.
God or JD? Hold on, let me see. Kamosh. Yes. So here, I don't know if you can see my cursor. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Yeah, there it is.
We can see it.
Now here, and earlier I said language is inscription, a Phoenician inscription. Now if I go back, there it is. It says inscription in Phoenician. So in English we say Phoenician. Yeah, that's what it says literally. Now here it says translation. It's me, Mesha, son of Kamosh, and in parentheses they put God, God. No, my bad. No, that's French. So why did they put that? So it looks like they put GAD. But when I look, hold on, Kamosh, let me put it in English because I don't know what. No, it cannot be God, obviously, because that's French.
Yeah, but Chemos was their god. It was the name of their god.
Now, God is the seventh son of Jacob, and God is also a biblical prophet. Okay, well, okay. Let's not quote me on this, But where was I? Hold on.
You're right where God is.
Yeah, but no, it's actually GAD. It's not God. It's not God because that's in French, so they wouldn't use that other word God. Um, Okay, never mind. Let me continue.
Hold up.
For
Before you go,
Kamosh.
Oh
what
yeah,
they
okay.
use in French for God? They don't have a word for God in French?
Yeah, it's we call it Dieu, D-I-E-U.
You said G-I-D-U?
No, D for Derek, D for Daniel, and
Mm-hmm.
then I, and then E, and then U. We pronounce it Dieu, like
Okay.
Dios. It's basically but we pronounce it Dieu in French.
Okay.
But anyway, one of the deity is Baal because he says, I don't know where I was when I read, but we will hear it. He says, uh, there's a place called Baal Meon. He says, I built Baal Meon, and Baal is obviously the deity.
Kamosh of Keri Hor. Now, later on, we have a few interesting things. Hold on. Just scrolling through. But there you have the mention of Israel. It's French, of course. So Israel has been ruined forever. Then hold on. There it is. I built Baal Meon. Now, I'm sure you've heard the name Baal before. Okay? There's going to be another reference similar. It's on the other page. There it is. I've built, okay, several things in there. What's interesting there is Bet Baal Meon. So it's just like the previous name, you have Bet in front. I don't speak Hebrew, but I understand that Bet means house. You heard about the Beta Israel or the Falasha. And so Beta Israel means house of Israel. So once again, I'm pretty sure you've heard the name Baal. And yeah, this is for the Moabites.
Oh, that's just for the record. And in Arabic, the word is very similar to bet is bite. So, yeah, it's just for the record. So, whoever wants to use a Mesha Stela for any purpose of giving some legitimacy, we can bear in mind that we have a mention of the god Baal, just like the El is a Canaanite supreme deity. But you are both muted, brothers.
Yeah, I was just trying to listen in and see what you what you was bringing to that argument.
Oh, you were saying that Baal was the god of Israel at the time?
They didn't have just one god.
Right.
They
Yeah.
had,
Yeah.
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 So are you saying that are you in contention with the word Israel being put off into the text? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying that they a few people use the Mesha Stela or the Moabite stone, as is also known, to give themselves some legitimacy when it comes to this biblical narrative. So if they want to do that, they need to bear in mind that and I don't know if there's other deity mentioned, but Baal is mentioned. Some people might say, okay, it's not directly the deity. It says house of Baal or Bet Baal, but we can read between the lines. And um, I have many other videos. Like for example, I think it might be around Syria though. Um, but just so that people can have an idea. But
So
first,
back,
okay,
hold on, Shaka, before you move forward with that. So you saying the reasoning for you interjecting that off into the conversation is because they had more than one God besides Yahweh or something?
yes, indeed. Now, what I'm gonna do first is share Baal from Encyclopedia Britannica. So I'm gonna put it in the chat because they like to talk about monotheism. And in the text, in the biblical narrative, um, you can argue that, that at one point they were dealing with that, but here, Baal, ancient deity, God worshipped in many ancient Middle Eastern communities, especially among the Canaanites, who
It don't
apparently
say.
considered him a fertility deity and one of the most important gods
In
in
the
the
pantheon.
pantheon. As a Semitic common noun, Baal Hebrew Baal meant owner or lord, although it could be used more generally. For example, as Baal of wings was a winged creature, and in the plural, Baalim of arrows indicated archers. So I can stop there because right from the beginning, you know, and here they have apparently a picture of Syria, and it's a temple of Baal shaman. But once again, Baal was
No,
a god of
click
work.
on that. Hello, click on the picture. I just want to look at it, man. I just gotta see
That's it.
it. So that looked like something that they took from Egypt and stylized. Because
Well,
you know what I'm saying. If you look at the style of that temple,
it does look like it to me,
yeah.
like for example the Komombo temple. I don't know if people have seen it, but I can type it Komombo.
What are they
And
dating that temple to? Right there.
I don't know, but there it is, Komombo there. You see, it
Mhm.
looks quite similar, you know. But going back to Baal, once again, God worshipped in many ancient Middle Eastern communities, especially among the Canaanites, who apparently considered him a fertility deity. But I have, and I think it's from Syria.
Hold
Um,
on. Let me go out on a limb. Let me just guess for a second. Is Baal older than the God Yahweh in chronology?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So you saying that
Historically,
God, yeah, that God Baal is what from what you could actually find in archaeology or anything as far as being something significant. Baal, the worship of Baal predates the worship of Yahweh.
yeah, yeah.
See, it just really, I'm not an expert, but you know what I'm saying. I just gotta understand how this works. You know what I'm saying? And you could just go back through using chronology and it just, it's. But our people don't look at studying, or they don't really look at stuff like what's being presented now to try to gain an understanding of what's happened in the past.
Right. So the real history, you go from El to Baal, and Yahweh was part of the pantheon of
Right.
El, the sons of El. He was one of the sons of El, and Israel took Yahweh and made him the top. So in the Iron Age, you start seeing more about Yahweh, but Yahweh still had a wife, even down to 400 BC, the fourth and fifth century. If you go to the Elephantine papyrus, you will see the Jews worship Yahweh, and I believe it was Anat or Asherah, one of those women. They still was polytheistic, even down to the fourth century. So this concept of Yahweh and monotheism, I believe it started in the Persian period, but during the Maccabean period, during the Hellenistic period, that's when they became monotheistic during that period. And that's when the writings began to sprout up, and in this war against the Canaanites, because they was fighting other people in the area and trying to tell the Greeks, look, this is our land. We are the rightful owners of this land. We will be your vassals. Just give us this land. All these other groups are heathens and they sacrifice children. That's the narrative of the text that you got in the Hellenistic period. But if you really, like you say, you do a chronology, when you start going into Canaan and even to what he talked about the house of Omri, they worship Baal and El and a host of all other. That's what the history says. But hardly any historian really talks about that out in the open.
Mm. Yeah, but see, for the layman person like our people, we're taught and I always got to go back to what my indoctrination was, just so we can give context here, right? And we're taught not to ever, ever, ever question God.
Right. Right.
I just want to make sure that we clear, right?
Right.
On what what the indoctrination is. So,
Right.
and I want people to understand that I was once indoctrinated like this too.
Oh, me
so
too.
When you hearing this, you hearing these brothers that have taken, that went outside the scope to look at this stuff from a real logical and practical analysis.
Right. And it wasn't, and for me, it wasn't to attack Christians or the Hebrew. I wanted to know the truth. I just wanted to know the truth. That's it. And it's a scary journey, but go ahead. It's a scary journey when you like, man, I didn't live my whole life believing this stuff. Now I was hit with the okie doke.
Let me ask you this. When did you I can't see your name because his what you call it, so I don't know. Inyame. When did you how long did it take you to wake up? I mean, when did you find out this information? Like what age would you say you were? Now I'm gonna tell you, I was 38.
I was 31.
Okay, yeah, you did. You're doing better than me then. But just
but
think
it took
about
time.
I'm
gonna say I was 36 before I could say, man, it's
because it take you time to really research, and by the time I got to 38, it was confirmed. So I probably say before 38, I was kind of like on the fence, and I was looking and looking. But by the time I got 38, it was over. I could come out with confidence and speak.
Yeah, I think indeed it's a process. You don't just read about history and connect the dots and be like from one day to the next. Okay, I just don't believe in all this stuff. It's like gradually, like, hey, it doesn't really match up. It doesn't really add up. It doesn't really make sense. There, it's like, and as much as it took time for us to be indoctrinated, and obviously it takes time for us to no longer be indoctrinated. And Bart Ehrman, Dr. Bart Ehrman, he was a fundamentalist. And as a fundamentalist, he decided to get in the field, in order to know more about his faith. And the more I study the text, and now it's like, I think it's best to describe him as an agnostic. So he believes in God, but not his. But anyway, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but I think he wrote about that. But here, just for the record, it's only 3 minutes long. Just so that people can have some visual. I've shared the link in the chat already. It says Semitic supreme god, moon god, and sun god, because many times people talk about, but moon gods, and they like to say sun god, they like to say Ra, but what about them? Let's have a look.
Of Syria between the 1st and the 3rd century. Supreme god of Syria between the 1st and the 3rd century AD. Now, I will read the description to you. You see, it's number 2. Hold on. Wow, because of the lightning, hold on. Yeah, there it is, number 2. So let me read the description for you. And for those who ever happen to come here, they give you some headsets, and you have the different references. When you have that symbol there, and you have the number, it can read to you what it is. I think that you have it in several different languages, because I see many tourists using them. I never use them, but for those who are interested, it will be read in your language. But here it is. It says a cultural relief made of limestone, first half of the 1st century AD. They're not sure about the date because they put a question mark. So they tell you that it comes from a sanctuary in Palmyren, and it was found not far from Bir Wereb in the Wadi Mia in Syria. At the center of the relief, we can identify the supreme god Bel-Shamen. To his right, the moon god Agilbol, and to his left, the sun god Malak Bel. Some graffiti have been added later between these individuals.
For the record, I did not read The second name properly, I think I read Agilbal when it's ugly ball. That's a French way, in English they might pronounce it differently. Now, Be'er Shaman, I think it's probably Baal, but here it says Be'er. And for those who know, Semitic languages like Hebrew and Arabic, we have Malak Bel. It's probably Malak is probably like the word Malik, or that means king or ruler, and then Bel might be Baal. But anyway, let's continue because there's some other ones.
Have been added later between these individuals. So in the center, you have the supreme god Belshaman. To his right, you have the moon god Agilbol, and to his left, you have the sun god Malakbel. Here are the graffitis that they are talking about. One thing that struck me is that it's very Christian-like. You have many Christian depictions, Christian paintings, where you have like the sun behind people's head. Also,
Now, I don't need to go to the end, but here, look at the depiction. It is Syria. This is first century AD, and some people want us to have. Some people want us to believe that in bordering area, um, what first century AD, that's like more or less a lifetime of Jesus. So people want us to think that people in Canaan were black, you know, and not far from there you have Arabia, and people want us to think that the people in Arabia were jet black, not just black but jet black. But that's just a quick observation in passing.
Yeah, you said
Shaka,
this
you
first century.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that picture was first century.
Yeah, I can go back. Hold, like,
Yeah,
let me
that's
go back.
incredible. But you know what
Yeah.
I noticed from that? It looks like
See,
um
first half. Sorry, just 1 second, brother. First half of the now obviously that's French. Première moitié, premier siècle après Jésus-Christ. So first half, first century after Jesus Christ. JC stands for Jesus Christ, obviously. And I think earlier, just before, yeah, see here, those statues here from Palmyra, I think in English you call it Palmyra, is between the first and the third century BC. So inside this glass, what you have is between this time period. And then for each individual artifact, as they usually do on museums, they will put a date or at least a time period. But go ahead, Pan African James.
yeah, well, from the image, it looks like it's a rendition of a saw Nepet and a set. That's what that looks like. You see what I'm saying?
But I
Because
wouldn't say that.
hold on, watch this. Are those two women on the side of him,
No,
or
no,
were
they're
those?
dudes. They're dudes. They're
Okay,
dudes.
yeah, it looked like they were females, but I didn't know. You sure?
Because yeah, sure. But look, like, um, is it
Like, well,
sharing
what's
now?
up with that?
I'll just share it again. They have this long hair because they're like, some might say Hellenistic type,
Yeah, they looked like some women or
but
something.
but there are some gods. If there are goddesses, in French, there's
They'd have
the feminine word is just like you have god and goddess
yeah,
in
yeah. I
French,
got it. But they
rather
just
than
looked like
yeah.
they. Let me see the picture. That picture of the
Yeah,
statues again.
you see here in French, le is the, Dieu is God, and supreme is supreme. So the supreme God. If it was a goddess, it would say déesse. So the word would be
Okay,
different.
I got
But
it.
now to go back, here it is. Trying to get one view where we have all three of them. Well, here we kind of have the three of them.
Yeah. See, I see because they don't have facial hair, and he does. That's what threw me off.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I guess but I
Yeah,
think
they
we,
look
we will have some
feminine. You
some
feel
some
what I'm
some
saying? So I
yeah.
don't understand what was
But
going on.
yeah, but no, that they are dudes, and we will have in maybe some chase area. We will have some indication there, but
Yeah, yeah. I
but
didn't
there,
see
yeah,
that either.
yeah. And initially they had some female deities, like even in Arabia they had a lot, but it was probably rare. There were many dealing with
That's a
male entities.
And my apologies, man, because I didn't even think. I don't know where I'm at, because to even think like you saying that they done those were all male deities, that just goes all the way back into what they already what we find later on in their mythology as far as male deities with absent of with the female deities. So I should have known that those, you know what I said, that those were some more male. But when I looked at them without the hair on their face, I was looking at him and I was like, okay, he looked like the male out of the three.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but they still there with some female deities, because besides Alat, like the brother said, like Nyame said, Anat, and then you have some might call it Ishtar, or some people might call it Astarte, but yeah, you had a few female deities
Let
in
me
those
ask you:
areas.
is some text associated with that statue as well on there? Like, you know how a lot of the time when y'all will see a statue or something, but it has some text at the bottom, or some text so you can know who they are. Like, how did they come to that conclusion of those that was them? Is it some text associated with that statue or what?
I think there's some text, but I'm going to put it back up now. I'm in the chat, so snap, I'm gonna open it in a new window. So I think they have some text, because they wouldn't guess. I think the only time where people have guessed, to my knowledge, uh, I mean, they might find some statues, let's say in the tomb of a king, and they might presume, like, let's say you have like 4 statues, and all 4 bear the name of a king. Like, let's say Amenhotep III, for example, and so 3 out of the 4 have the name Amenhotep III. They might say, okay, it's presumed, or it's most likely the king. But the only time really that I know where they completely guess, where they completely guess, is Nefertiti, the so-called Nefertiti bust in Germany. You know, uh,
Right.
because it's anonymous. There's no name. So they did mention that we have some graffiti. Now I want to see if it's all graffiti, or if they have some of their language. Um, well, I'm not familiar with that language, so if somebody's familiar with that language, they might be able to tell us what it says here. Maybe this is a graffiti here.
Oh, so they have
Uh,
writing actually on that I can't see right now
yeah,
because
they,
it's
they have
dark
they have
light.
some here.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Let me
So maybe okay.
No, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so maybe that's what I was asking for. How do they know? But if it has writing on the actual thing, maybe that's because I noticed that when you guys do stuff like this, y'all always look to the writing to describe what you're seeing, right? So I was wondering if that same rule applied here. That's all I was wondering.
And maybe if they don't have any writing, just by the like the imagery, like for example, if we see the horns, most likely we know it's Hathor, even though Isis might be depicted with the horn and the sun. So if we see the throne on top of the head, we know that's Aset. So maybe the way they have this I don't know how to describe it, but like the moon and the sun, maybe that allows them to tell, okay, it is this deity, and. But maybe some of the writing actually spares their name also, but I'm not familiar with that writing. Well, brothers, I'm gonna let you make your closing remarks, because it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. So, well, let me start with Pan African James, and then Nyame. So, please, brother Pan African James, make your closing remarks, please.
No, I just appreciate you all looking over that video for me. I'm gonna go back after we close this out and go from the beginning so I can see what actually was played and if any commentary was made on the video that I missed. But as always, appreciate coming on the panel and checking out what you got going on. And peace to you, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and close out.
Peace, brother. Thank you for calling in. And Nyame, please feel free to make your closing remarks.
Peace. I enjoyed the show. I don't have much to say, but it's obvious that they give the Jewish Bible and that European culture, they give them leeway, while our culture has to be so meticulous and we have to have so much evidence and so rigorous. But I think in a whole, we're doing a good job as Black people. And we have some pseudos, but of holding up our traditions and our culture, like you're doing, Brother Shaka. Just keep doing it. And with that, that was it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Out of curiosity, have you studied a little bit of the Twi language?
What's that? You know Twi?
No, I'm asking you if you have, if you, are you a bit familiar with the Twi?
No, I mean I know it's a language in Ghana, but
Yeah.
as far as studying it, I
All
want
right.
to. I want to study it, but I haven't did much
All
studying on
right.
it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do
Just,
you
just,
know
just.
any?
Oh, I just know the greeting Memoache, and I don't think I pronounce it correctly. And
Oh,
of
okay.
course, some people would say, okay, it's not Twi, it's tree, but
Yeah,
I'm not claiming to be familiar with it. And I know Nyame is one of the,
yeah,
Nyamewa. It's basically a name for God. But yeah, I'm not really familiar, but I would like to learn eventually because Ghana is really interesting to me as a place to stay on the motherland. But anyway, that's another discussion.
yeah.
But thanks a lot for calling in, brother.
Okay, peace, peace.
Peace, brother. So, brothers and sisters, thank you very much for being here. We have 16 people online right now. How many likes we have? We have 28 likes. I appreciate that. It's a good look. So, remember, whenever I'm live streaming, if anybody wants to be generous and make a donation, I don't mind. I'm not opposed to that. So, stay safe, stay healthy. Oh, before I forget, if some people want to learn the Medu Nature, I've been giving classes for a few years now, a couple of years. So um, you have my email address in the description of the video. I love teaching it. So if you're interested, then feel free to contact me and give me your availabilities, the time slots where you will be available, preferably if it's the same day of the week, once a week, that's perfect. But if for whatever reason you cannot be always the same day, I'm kind of flexible. But anyway, that being said, stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medunetia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.